Hey, y'all. Oh my God, Tammy. How's everybody? I'm so sorry. I'm actually like very late. I said 5 minutes. It's never 5 minutes. But I had to eat something because I was very hungry. Can y'all hear me? Am I muted? Not muted for once. How's everybody doing? Okay. Who's here? We got... Oh my God. Hi, Hoosier. Hoosier says resist. We love that. Lead with love is the best. Hello, Lead with Love. Hello, Rebecca Ann. Hi, Fiend. Fiend, do you have the link? Oh, there's me. It's never 10 minutes. Hi, Kayla. Oh, I feel like I haven't seen you in a little bit, Kayla. I'm glad you're here. There's my girl, Tammy. Pop-Tarty. Hi, I miss you. Oops. Man, fuck them kids, Tammy. My kid took my sweet tarts. Unbelievable. Woman doing impossible things. Woman doing all of the things. Hansy Bay, the artist formerly known as Mandy Bay. Hello, my love. Hi, Jamie. Do you not have a link, Fiend? I'll get you a link. Don't go away. I can do this. Oh my God.
Hello there.
Whew, hi.
How y'all doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. I just came to read off people's names again in the chat.
Okay.
Just my own personal hellos.
Okay.
Hi, Fiend. Hi, woman doing impossible things. Did you know she only does impossible things? She doesn't even do average things or like normal things. It's only impossible things.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
Heard that about her. I'm sending Fiend a link.
FYI. I already sent it to him.
Oh. I don't think he has it. I don't think he has it. Fiend, do you have a link? I've got a link now. Okay. I'm like 5 minutes behind in general. So 10 minutes behind, 15 minutes behind. DB, how was your day? How are you doing, friend?
Who gives a fuck, dude? I mean, it was awful. Let me tell you what.
Yeah.
I was driving in my 1966 Chevrolet Corvette, fire engine red. And I was, doing some door dashes. I was making sure, people got their burritos. As you guys know, I had to start a different job.
What happened to your
Chipotle.
Yeah, whatever happened? What did you do?
Well, I don't think I had to look at the settlement agreement and everything, but I think there might be some limitations to what I'm able to say. But let's we can just leave it at I'm seeking new opportunities, and my ride didn't take me to my second day at Panchero, so.
Oh my God, no!
I got let go. Yeah.
Already.
Yeah.
Maybe you are breaking the record for the shortest amount of time employed at Mexican American establishments.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, hey, something's looking up finally. I'm a record holder.
You're gonna win something. You'll win an award.
Oh, there we go. Now we can just disassociate and just stare into the abyss of Fiend's eyes and debate. What's up, debate, bro?
Hi, Fiend.
What's up?
Fiend is my #1 hype man on Twitter.
Fiend is not the #1 hype man. That is ridiculous. I am the #1 hype man, and this is what they're doing. They want you to think that I'm not the #1 hype man. That's ridiculous.
That just gave me like a feeling inside. Fiend, how was your day?
I've been pretty ill.
Like physically?
Yo, me too. You know what I'm saying, dude?
I think someone I think some Odinites cast some spells on me and stuff for
Oh, I was just
doing
listening to Wu-Tang.
the Perlmutter stuff. You know, I think they had a target on me.
You were phenomenal
It's
last night.
pronounced Tarjay.
Wasn't Fiend phenomenal last night, DB?
What do you mean? What was he on?
He was.
Well, he's right here. I mean, you could just tell us, Fiend. You don't have to have her.
Yeah, I was reading, so I do like being complimented for reading, though.
Your reading was excellent.
Thank you.
You're on T's?
He was on T's. He was pro. You probably didn't realize.
I thought that was Dr. Perlmutter.
I know, it was really good. It was really good.
Oh, my bad, dude. No, that was good. Damn.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I am glad that I had read that part, because you kind of just internalized it a little bit better. And I mean, you miss all the context of like how it appears in court, but like the words on paper, like I found it fairly compelling. And obviously,
What specifically was most compelling?
I think a lot of the certainty, and just like, there's just a lot of her history as far as, just understanding the scope that she's looked at a lot at, like a broad range of these things, but then has the like granularity of like knowing the symbols for all of these different groups, which, obviously all of them are extremely rare, like when you narrow it down, which is why I thought was kind of silly when Nick McClellan was like, well, do you have any that are specific to Odinism? And be like, well, all of these things are going to be like extremely rare. That's why like they're kind of grouped together, and then you see if any of them like kind of match up with, if the specific circumstances actually justify looking at something that way.
Yeah. So you found her to be a credible expert in her field.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched a fair number of like voir dire and like, like in trials, and watched trials, and like I think when someone gets up there and claims that they're an expert, like they usually get a lot of leeway as far as the judge like allowing what they're saying to be like taken as credible. And I mean, I don't think she did any worse. I mean, it's always going to be picked apart on the opposite side, but I don't know.
Well, do you think she was asked questions that were outside of her expertise by the prosecution just to startle her?
I don't think she was startled. I think that she was like, obviously, like a lot of the, like, she's not the police, she's not an investigator. She's like a subject matter expert. So she's coming in to like consult investigators, that because they don't have that knowledge, but she does. And when they're asking her about like alibis and stuff, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Like, why is she, that's not her part of like anything. She's not like a cop.
And like, she's not a cop, of course, but like, does she have more law enforcement side experience than you would think that you thought?
Oh
initially?
yeah, I mean, she does. I mean, well, that's the same with the geofencing. Like all these people are brought in for like prosecution side testimony. Like she said she'd only ever testified on the defense side once ever. Every time else she's been working on stuff, it's been on state side prosecutions.
That's interesting.
And I mean, it's the same with the geofencing. That's only ever state evidence. It's like you can't even really
absolutely
like if the defense team wanted to go, hey, let's get a geofence warrant and find out where Rick really is. Well, did they tell you? Tough shit, dude. You don't get that. We only work with law enforcement. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, how's a defense attorney going to get a warrant?
Yeah, no, you can't.
A defense attorney can't get a, well, right, subpoena. That makes sense. Which is like an ask.
They can tell. They're lucky that they can do depositions, because they can't in some states. Yeah. So at least that's like one tool that they have to use. But like, you obviously don't have I mean, that's like the crux of like this case is they're like, well, where's your proof? We're like, you're the ones that were supposed to go get the evidence and investigate and get proof of things, and you didn't do it. Like, we're not you. We don't have warrants. We don't have we can't go investigate that. No, like a private citizen can't investigate the way that the law enforcement can. It's just the reality of it.
So the state is more likely to use a geofencing expert than the defense in a trial in general.
Well, it depends on what you're considering an expert, because a lot of times people will just look at a investigator up there or a crime lab person, digital forensics person up there, and they go, oh, it's a cop, right? But they have to be qualified as an expert to be able to testify on something. And obviously this gets used all the time, but if you've watched the Karen Reed trial, you know that the bar, if you qualified as an expert, isn't exactly the highest bar in the world to jump over. Trooper Paul could jump over it and reconstruct it, using toothpicks and gumdrops.
Yeah, I liked when he asked him what physics was. Am I thinking of the right?
Yeah, you are.
He was like, I don't even know what he said. I just remember I watched that entire, or I guess I was like doing something, but I was listening to it, and I listened to the entire thing like this because it was like so hard to listen to his cross-examination. It was painful.
And how indignant he was, and how he was getting annoyed with the defense attorneys and people asking him questions like, bro, you fucking suck.
Trooper Paul, oh man, I don't know if he was annoyed. I think he was horrified.
You think so?
Yeah, I think he was like, oh my God, is this my life right now? I can't wait to hide forever.
Well, I originally felt kind of empathetic towards him when the state was, well, I guess maybe when his cross-exam started, I initially was like, oh God, this guy sucks and he's nervous. And I actually thought he was going to pass out on the stand. I was like, they should probably give him a minute. But then he got super indignant and he got I didn't feel bad for him anymore. Very soon after the cross-examination started, which is probably how I'd feel watching the investigators.
Anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of people were like, well, why did they get him? Why did they pick him? Well, that's the type of guy you need to make your theory work. You need a Trooper Paul, because Cutie Pie 1 and 2, the Crash Daddies, that theory ain't gonna work, because those guys are way more qualified as an expert on those things. And so you're gonna see some people in this case that maybe are a little bit less qualified than a defense expert, but I just have a feeling that they're going to have some wonky testimony on a few of these expert topics at the trial, if it even goes to trial, if it goes to trial.
Over under, is it going to trial in October 14th?
I think what?
Ems is here, sorry.
Oh my God. It's
my girlfriend.
Is it going to trial? When is it? What? You said October?
October 14th, right? Isn't that?
All right. Hey, Fiend, let's say it on at the same time. Okay? On 3. You're going to say over, and I'm going to say under.
Which is which?
Under is that it gets moved, and then over is that it gets moved.
So they're both that it gets moved.
Oh, okay, never mind. Anyways, what do you think? You say first, and I'll disagree with you.
I mean, I'm sticking with what I've been saying. I said that obviously there's a little bit of a, nothing moves really quick. But I said my prediction was that the motion in limine would be mostly granted in full, and in fact it was completely granted in full, and that the response to that would be, a move for a continuance by the defense, and that that would be a reasonable thing to do. But I did find it interesting in her order on the motion in limine she adds a last paragraph on the last page. It's just one sentence and says, "This is when the trial is scheduled for," which is a weird thing because that doesn't have anything to do with what you're ordering on. Like,
Yeah,
the
she
trial
said-
is already scheduled. You don't need to put that in an order. It seems like she's kind of telegraphing that she might not approve a motion to continue, which would be well, par for the course, because she's going to act in a biased manner. So even though it's a completely reasonable thing to ask when the entire case basically went out the window, they might ask for it and not get it. But we have no idea like where they are at with their backup stuff. And then a lot of the stuff is like Michael's made a good point that like the motion to limine is entirely preliminary. You have a lot of opportunities to get this type of information in. And like we know for a fact that like they're gonna have to bring up people as witnesses, and they do know about the Odinism. Like you're gonna have Jerry Holman up there. Like he's either gonna have to perjure himself, or he will be impeached on his prior depositions, or like there's information out there where he damn well knows about the Odinism angle in the investigation. So I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends on how like much a stickler is or Gull is as far as can you even ask him about the Odinism, because like he knows about the
Well, didn't they? Sorry, go ahead. DB.
No, it's your channel. I guess. Go ahead.
Well, kind of. Well, I was just gonna say, didn't she include something, or no? Nick requested like you basically can't impeach our witnesses, and you also can't mention this motion, right? Like you can't impeach our witnesses, and you can't be mean.
Bring up prior bad acts.
Yeah.
So you could literally have like a cop up there that's got a history of planting evidence or whatever terrible like conduct they've done, and like for some reason she's ruled that like you can't bring that up, which normally you would always look to like, is there something about this witness that makes them not credible? Which is an insane thing to be like, well, no, you can't mention that.
Well,
like, they always mention that stuff.
Oh, go ahead, Fiend.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just gonna read this part of it. Part of this hearing, the motion and the order. So she says at the end, I think the part you're talking about is the court will allow the evidence to support an offer of proof at the trial if one is made by counsel. Jury selection will commence in Allen Superior Court October 14th, 2024, with the trial commencing in the Carroll Circuit Court, including November 15th, 2024. So I do see what you're saying, Fiend.
So the offer of proof stuff, though, I mean, that's where it's kind of problematic with how she's phrased this stupid order, is that's all written as though it's specific to paragraph 7, while paragraphs 1 through 6 and 8 through 12 are just done with.
Yeah, well, here it says the burden is on the defendant to show a nexus between Odinism, cult, ritualistic killing. They cannot mention Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, or that I need hair plugs, or Elvis Fields, Ned Smith, Rod Abrams, Keegan Klein, or my lack of a posterior, or Jerry Klein, or Ron Logan, or murders of the 2 victims. They can't even wait. What? And the murder? Okay, into J. Like okay,
yeah,
and the murders.
But that last paragraph is the court will not permit. Yeah, it's what you just read, but it's in support of their arguments regarding third-party perpetrators. That's all about paragraph 7. That's all those names and the Odinism, but it's nothing with all the other things. There's nothing with the geofencing. She didn't make the same like point about the geofencing.
You mean offer of proof?
Yeah, anything like that.
So you think that was just for 7?
It is just for 7 because it says their arguments regarding third-party perpetrators, and it's written right after the part about paragraph 7.
Well, here's what I think about that, and what you said about what Michael says. Which I mean, he's very qualified to say that, and I get that you would bring him into it so you can try to defeat my arguments. But I would say that I disagree, because I think that the motion to eliminate, even though they're going to be allowed to do an offer of proof, just like you see in those pretrial motions when there is or the pretrial hearings when there is way more leeway for the defense to kind of get into stuff without the jury present, obviously. Nick was slamming the desk, it seemed, to ask for an offer of proof on several different things. And now he's going to have this motion to eliminate ruling to support that he wants an offer of proof and support that he's got a new hurdle, a greater hurdle for the defense to overcome at trial, because he can now point back and say, we have a prior ruling by the judge saying that you have to make the connection. And that's normally how things work in the third party. Even if there's not a motion to eliminate to exclude it, you have to show at least some nexus, right? But Nick is going to ride on that motion to eliminate ruling, and he's going to use it in every single argument he's going to make in response to the offers of proof, I believe.
That's very annoying.
Well, he's annoying.
He's very annoying. He's very annoying. He's no fun.
Well, I mean, the problem is he doesn't have a case with like real evidence. So that's, I mean, you've got to do something. I mean, that is his job. He's got to do something. I mean, unless you don't bring the case, and he's very committed to bringing the case.
What is it that you always say about him about being like, on paper, he's like,
on paper, he's the most prolific prosecutor in the history of Indiana.
He really is.
Because like in the last 2 years, he's gotten 61 confessions admitted and called them confessions. He's going to be able to call these confessions at trial. Nick is talking about these things being prejudicial. When you have a statement like, I did it, that was talking about something else that happened, or no context for the whole conversation, or him saying, I want to admit to it because I just want to get on with it. Or if you tell me you want me to admit to it so you could just put us all behind us and you guys can move on. If that's going to get called a confession at trial, that's prejudicial. And he's saying all these things are prejudicial and going to confuse the jury. He gets those in. He's prolific, dude.
Yeah, he is. He's prolific. He's
the greatest litigator of all time. He got a judge to get a motion to eliminate granted in full.
Right.
So it seems to me like the prosecutor is a little confused about the who is afforded due process in a criminal trial, who is afforded, whose rights need be protected and preserved. I think sometimes Nick feels like he's a victim. He believes that the rights that should be afforded to the defendant constitutionally,
or a citizen.
Well, he said it before. Right. He's like, "What about our fair trial, Judge?"
Right.
What are you talking about?
I did a thread. It was like the best thread ever. Of course, it's gone now. But of picking that apart and just showing how there's a quote. I don't know what case it was. I'll find it later. But it's literally the government, the state does not need to be protected from the government because the state is the government. You sound ridiculous, sir. You don't need to be protected from the government. You're the government. What do you mean you need a fair trial? I mean, you're the one putting the trial on.
People struggle with this. I mean, it's people it gets said a lot. But people have an idea of what the state is, and well, it's way more broad than that. The state is all of them. It's especially when you're talking about leaked information. The state is the secretary at the police station. It's the court clerk. It's
the auditor.
Might be the janitor. They're all the state. So any of them they're all the state. It's not just the judge, not just the prosecutor, not just the cops. It's all of them.
Would you say the DOC is also the state?
Yes.
Oh, I mean, there's no. I mean, what could be more of the state than the vessel of punishment of its citizens?
Right. Yeah. So it seems like, well, granted, this is Nick's second murder trial, right? I don't want to misstate things just to be.
I mean, kind of. Monahan was the defense attorney, right? So I think he was just slinging that thing up, right?
He didn't even object when. Yeah, we'll get into that eventually.
Did you guys?
I keep bringing it up, but like we don't have like I don't he was a JAG officer for a long time, so I have no idea what kind of.
Oh yeah, that's.
I
Really,
mean,
what does that mean?
He could have been involved in military murder cases, which are probably I don't know if those are very common. Probably aren't, but I don't know how many of those cases like he may have had, but the rules are like quite different. So
who are you talking about, Nick?
Yeah, Nick.
Nick was a JAG officer. Can you explain what that is for the?
Well, there used to be a TV show called JAG, and it was about a Navy lawyer. So, like, that's what they're the lawyers for the military, and I think they're most closely associated with the Navy a lot of the time. But the Army also has them, and I think the Air Force. I don't think the Marine Corps has them. They probably just use the Navy ones. But
what's a JAG officer do though? Like they're a defense
judge advocate general.
Judge advocate general. I mean, they're the attorneys. So I mean, I guess I don't know if they're like. I'm sure they must have like specializations if they do like.
They do. Go ahead, Fiend.
Prosecution or like defense and whatnot, but I'm not sure they might swing both ways. I have no idea.
Yeah, so they have specializations. Some of them are like career defense attorneys or assigned attorneys in the military. They also can be assigned as a prosecutor. Basically, they go through a different set of rules, a different set of laws called the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and it makes sense. Like if you the UCMJ in comparison to like the federal rules of evidence, it's ridiculous. Like,
right. I mean, the thing is, like these people get their way because everything is just like
100%.
Yeah, I mean, you just win because like you broke the law. You broke a rule. It was like you broke a law, and like there's no like leeway. Like you just did it.
Yeah, and if you're a defense JAG, yeah, you're slamming that thing, dude. Like it ain't the same thing. And there's some JAGs that never even practice like at an actual court martial, which is the military courts, but they may not even ever have a client. They just do kind of like civil work in the civilian world. Some of them just do civil type work or legal type work,
because it's very different. I mean, it's not the same sort of experience at all.
Yeah.
How much? Sorry, go ahead.
So, like for instance, in the military, you don't have like there's some constitutional rights. It's just that they're kind of stripped away a little bit in certain circumstances. So, like for instance, you don't necessarily have a right against illegal search and seizure. So there's just like little things that citizens are afforded that military members are not. And so it's just an interesting point.
It's also just the whole entire system is like a rank-based system. So like, I mean, the cards are always completely stacked in the military. Like if an officer like says something against an enlisted person, that's just done. Like they're not seriously taking both people's words like evenly at all.
Yeah, and Nick would have been an officer.
Right. Yeah.
You know that. I know you know that, but I'm just saying for people like the enlisted, he's never been a private. He's never been a corporal or a sergeant. He was a lieutenant, then a second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, probably got out of captain at the most, I would assume.
I think it was something like that.
But I don't see, whenever you see people that have JAG experience, you're likely not looking at a defense attorney.
I'd also say a lot of times you're looking at somebody that, like, when you're like, hey, how does he feel so entitled all the time? Like, it might not be deeper than just that. He's got an experience where, like, you basically just always win.
Yeah, and especially when you've practiced in that town as a public defender too, in that county. I wonder if he's suffered the weight of the county in his own cases and just succumbed to it many times. I could see it. And then in that murder trial that he did participate in,
Willie?
is a felony murder trial. What?
Willie, right?
Yeah. Yeah. The victim's name was Willie, and it was a felony murder trial. And as the three of us have talked about quite a bit, those cases are a lot different than, murder trial where you have to, determine some type of intent. You have to determine the entire factual basis of the crime. And that's not exactly what you'd have to do in a felony murder trial. And when you're looking at some of these contracts, what you doing, Nick? Who you contracting with, dude? You hiring clinical psychologists to tell you how to do a trial?
I don't know too much about that Willie case, or I don't know anything about it really, but I don't know, for people that, like, just, I mean, a lot of people probably haven't heard of felony murder until like hearing about this case, and, like, don't understand what it really is. Like, most of the time that you have, like, the example for, like, when felony murder applies would be like, hey, two kids, like, go to rob a store and the cops shoot his buddy, so his buddy's dead, and because he was committing a robbery, they also slap him with a felony murder charge. Like, obviously he didn't have anything, I mean, he didn't shoot his friend, but the cop shot his friend.
DB, you have a really good example that you told me about.
The one I was the prosecutor on? Oh, I'm sorry, never mind. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So there's a case, and I might get some of these facts wrong off the top of my head, but the three gentlemen were participating in a little light burglary, which means not in a dwelling, okay? Just knocking over a freaking audio video store, okay? Not a big deal in the 2000s. And they had a getaway van, and all of a sudden, cops show up. They're like, fuck, what are we going to do? So they take off, but one guy takes off out the back. The other two hop in the van, and they drive to escape out the front, okay? And the cops are out there. The cops just light the van up, shooting at it. They were not driving at the cops. They were fleeing. And, under some agencies, the fleeing felon rule, this is mostly changed in most agencies now, but they see any type of fleeing as justifiable to use deadly force. Well, one guy ends up living, another, the driver dies, and the guy who ran out of the back, it has life without parole for felony murder.
He wasn't even in the vehicle when this occurred, right? He ran out the back and didn't get in the vehicle with them.
Yes.
So he wasn't even there when it happened.
It's a horrible thing that, like, obviously the intent for the felony murder wasn't really this initially. They've just figured out a way to get away with overcharging people with murders that they didn't commit, and like, handing them sentences that are murder sentences.
Murders that the police commit, like in that example.
Right. Well, it's easier to blame somebody than blame yourself,
Well, the last part is probably the most important part, is that later, that officer that fired 19 rounds into this vehicle was found that it was a bad shoot. He was not supposed to shoot. And he acted recklessly. He lost his job. The family ended up, I believe, settling with the city. And he still got charged with felony murder.
He's still in prison,
He's still in prison.
and his family sued the.
Yeah, there's a settlement. It's a case outside of Chicago, I believe.
Not the guy in prison, the guy that died, right?
No. Oh, yeah. The guy, yes,
Oh,
yeah.
okay,
Correct.
that makes sense.
The guy who died, yeah, his family sued because it was a non-justifiable shooting. But did the prosecutor go, hey, the shooting wasn't justified? The means they used. Go ahead.
I said, of course not. Of course they didn't do that.
Right. And so there's this theory in the felony murder law, and like what a lot of defense attorney associations are trying to suss out in the appeals court, is the idea of fracturing. So at some point, you can't say that these people were just involved in felony murder because they decided to participate in an underlying violent crime or potentially violent crime, like burglary. Some states have burglary as a potential crime to be considered for felony murder, but there's, what is the tipping point on that? Like, are you just going to say, because you're involved in this at any given time, these guys die, the victims die, you're just on the hook forever, no matter what, if you participated in it, like, because you were in furtherance of it? Not saying that you conspired to murder anybody, because it's not a conspiracy charge.
Correct.
It's an accident.
Well, I mean, so all overcharging, I mean, this is where it starts to get out of hand a little bit. Like, even, they're not completely logical people. So, they overcharge with felony murder, and you're thinking maybe you would come off the felony murder charge for a conviction on all the other counts. But, if they feel good about their case, they're just like, well, fuck that. We'll just stick with the felony murder and just, like, you're going to plead to it. You're going to plead to murder, or we're going to, like, we're going to take it all the way and give you life without parole. So, like, they just, like, move the goalposts, like, a lot. And it's for the sake of getting convictions, but, like, it works. You overcharge, you end up with more convictions, or pleading, guilty pleas. But then you can just keep pushing that bar further and further and make people plead to higher and higher charges. And when they don't, then you really just nail them.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Do you remember that chart you sent me?
Me?
I think.
Yeah, the leave without life without parole.
It had like arson. Remember we were talking about how like the fact that it was for felony murder, and it was like arson.
Yeah, so it showed the different crimes that will qualify in each state for felony murder.
Yeah, and arson was like one of the. I have to look at it again, but you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Is it like state to state? I think.
Yeah, it is. But there is, I think, a federal case that instructs that it has to be an underlying violent crime. But it's weird because some of the, oh God, what I'm telling you guys, I'll see if I can find the chart real quick, but it's kind of gross because the way that the states see felony murder, it's often in furtherance of protecting like capital interest, like stuff that the state owns, or the stuff that
property.
Yeah.
I think that's what I was kind of.
I'll go back to Lead with Love's question. Like, what if somebody surrenders? Do they still get felony murder? Be like, oh, you totally could. Like, that doesn't exempt you from anything. Like, I mean, it's completely up to them what they want to do. Like, if they want to charge you with felony murder, they will. Do they take that as an extenuating circumstance? I mean, a nice prosecutor might, but a hard ass won't. He doesn't care that you surrendered.
I bet the Marion County prosecutor is pretty cool. I want to talk about. Remind me, and like at some point tonight, I want to talk about the conviction integrity unit. It's like the only prosecutor that I've ever not strongly disliked. But so does the prosecutor have just like total discernment over how to charge someone for felony murder? Like,
yeah, I mean, I think that completely falls on prosecutors.
Yeah, and like Fina's saying, in this case, it's an interesting question because you have a death penalty or capital eligible crime, and they did not seek the death penalty. And I mean, there's no way they're going to seek the death penalty. Like, there's no way. So
for this one, you mean?
Yeah, for the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. There's no way. So, like, Phoenix talking about overcharging, right? And generally speaking, like, felony murder is a great one to overcharge because it's complicated. Well, it's simple, like, in the way that it works, but it actually, the trial itself could be complicated because what ends up happening is you're trying to disprove that you had anything to do with the murder portion of it. And you have to prove that other people acted on their own. And what ends up happening, like, a lot of people will say, well, it's all they have to do is prove that he said down the hill, right? And it's true by statute, but like, you're talking about a man's life.
Is it true by statute though?
Well, for felony murder, you don't have to prove that there was a murder. Like, you know,
somebody has to die.
With the cop shooting somebody, like, that's not considered a murder. Like, it probably was a murder, but you know, they don't have to prove a murder. They just have to show that someone died.
They don't have to prove. So
they don't have to prove a murder. They have to prove that there was a death.
Right.
The death qualifies.
It's an easier conviction.
Yeah. Well, you just have, like, it's easy to show whether someone's dead. It's harder to show whether somebody was murdered.
Hi, criminal.
I think the language is like you killed them.
Like, your
it's not homicide. It's not murder.
Well, you killed them via like the sequence of events led to their deaths, so you quote unquote killed them. But like, you didn't.
Yeah.
But it's not manslaughter.
You have to physically kill them. Nobody has to physically kill them. Like, say you like try to kidnap people off the bridge and they jump off to get away from you and they die in the fall. Like, that's felony murder. Like, but probably like, you know, I guess in those circumstances you'd probably draw
second degree murder,
like a real, like, yeah, something a little bit more like something like that. But like, you know, if somebody runs away and they die as a result of something they do, or they run out into traffic and get hit by a car, like, they're just dead. But like, that's all you have to prove is that they're dead. You don't have to prove that there was any murder that happened.
But so can we go? I don't remember which one of y'all said this, but you're saying, okay, so they just have to prove that he said down the hill.
That's what people say.
Right. So, okay, but you still have to prove kidnapping. That's not a kidnapping. Like,
well, this case is weird because the in Indiana there was a big deal about with the felony. Like, if you charge felony murder, you need to also charge the other crime, that
the underlying felony.
Right. So like, initially they may have done it kind of more correctly. Like, the way they've changed it doesn't make sense to even be charging felony murder anymore, because they aren't charging another crime. Unless you wrap the accomplice liability into it. So say he's an accomplice to the murder, but he's responsible for the felony murder.
But he's the only actor, allegedly.
Well, I don't know that. Like,
But
I've
that's
never
what
heard them
they're
say
well,
that he's
but
only
that's
acting.
they're hanging their entire case on that though. So
I
they
don't
wouldn't.
know. I don't know, man. I'd be really impressed if
I don't
they
know,
came
man.
out day one and be like, it was Ron Logan and Richard Allen. I would be impressed by that kind of strategy because they haven't showed their hat. They haven't showed their cards at all. Of
Wouldn't the
what they think that
depositions protect against
They don't have
that, though?
cards.
I don't. I mean, you would assume, but like, I also don't know what they completely said in their depositions. Like, we have like little snippets that say, "Hey, we've got a lot of exculpatory type of statements and the snippets that we've received." But like, assumed as depositions with law enforcement are fairly lengthy and like very detailed as far as like other people. Like, there's got to be like information about Ron Logan and Keegan Klein and all sorts of other people.
Well, I did hear one of the exhibits was KK. What do you
Say
guys think
more.
about that?
Say more. What do you mean exhibits?
One of them was SS. What do you think about that?
I heard that one was SS as well, but I see that. I hear you saying that, and I say, what about KK?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
This is too meta.
I don't like any of this.
That's all.
Criminal Network says I go PP. That made me laugh. Okay, so I still don't understand the fucking charges, and it's not because no one's explained them to me. Like, they've been explained to me very well. I still just can't. So the state can basically, and I feel like they did this in Karen Reed, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know you will. You can basically throw a bunch of different charges at somebody in a murder trial if you're a prosecutor, and then you're like, the jury gets to pick, right? So if I charge you with 4 murders and there's 2 murder victims, like, but 2 of those murder charges have like a lower, they're like easier to prove, whatever.
Well,
you know what
yeah,
I'm trying to say?
so, I mean,
It's like throwing a bunch of shit at.
I mean,
It
I
just
think
feels
that's
like
why
cheating.
I think they dropped the kidnapping charges because they didn't want that to be an option for a jury.
Why?
Like, you didn't really prove your case, but the least charge, like, we still think he did something, and the least charge that we've got sitting in front of us is kidnapping. So we're gonna like acquit on all the murders, but like, we're gonna say that he's involved in the kidnapping and just like kind of split the baby or whatever.
It's called a compromise verdict.
Yeah, it's a compromise. Like, you just go with the least one. But they didn't want them to have, I think that's indicative that they don't have a strong case because they're not worth like they're obviously, you don't object if you're a defense attorney, and dropping charges is always good. Like, you want charges dropped, but on the other hand, like, I don't.
Well, who were his attorneys?
It was Baldwin and Rosie when that happened.
Are you sure? Because they happened 30 minutes before the OA hearing.
They were not his attorneys when he did that.
That's when they filed to amend it, but like, it happened right. I was actually at that. It's the March 18th hearing. It was like literally like 10 feet in front of me, like where they dropped those charges or moved to dismiss those charges.
I need to show a really short video if I can do it. I think I can do it, but I might need help. So,
is it Daft Punk?
Yes.
Sweet.
It's like 30 seconds, but I found it last night and okay, sorry.
So to clear that up, I was not taking photo or nothing like that. Nothing going on. They weren't even fucking charged. My phone was not even on my person. It was in my car, locked in my glove compartment. So be sure that if you're going to say something and tell something, tell the whole truth. Do not try to run nobody's name up in the funnies. I have no problem taking personal responsibility for me. Everybody good? We're straight on that? All right.
Okay, we're good.
I love her. That was,
hey,
that was a whole.
We're all straight on that. We're all straight on that, Gritty. All right, we're good.
She's always so measured, but like,
I know, dude.
We're like, oh, you got her fired up.
But even that, she was fucking going off, and it was still fire, dude.
She was a lot calmer than I was during that whole ridiculous ridiculousness, she was a lot calmer than I was, and it wasn't even happening to me. She was like,
Sorry about that. That's my good friend.
we need to play that intro more. You're going to get me clapped.
We're not going to go there.
You're going to get me clapped. They're going to mute it. You're going to be mad. I can't find this now. Oh, I found it. Okay. I don't know the source of this. I mean, like, I know it's from News Channel 8, and it's obviously from 2 years after the murders. But aside from that, I don't know. I haven't had any time to actually look for the clip itself. And I will. This is like a lot of this is a big lead up for something that's not that interesting, but fuck.
Language.
Here it is. Okay. Okay.
USA Libertarian, because of the accomplice liability, I think technically it could work that way. I mean, it's kind of silly. It's not. I don't know. They haven't explained, what they're thinking with any of this stuff. Like, it would be great if the state had ever explained any part of their thinking as far as what's your theory of the crime? What do you think Richard Allen did? Like, why are you charging him the way you're charging him? Like, these are all just
2 years.
completely questions. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Didn't even ask my consent before it did that. I just started playing it. I'm sorry, Fiend. Finish what you're saying.
Oh, I was finished.
That's it. We move on.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to play this really quick.
2 years. Police aren't saying much about the case. We can't tell you where Abby and Lib died, what time, or if there was additional DNA recovered from the scene.
I'll play that again.
After 2 years, police aren't saying much about the case. We can't tell you where Abby and Libby died, what time, or if there was additional DNA recovered from the scene.
One more time for good measure, then I'm done.
After 2 years, police aren't saying much about the case. We can't tell you where Abby and Libby died, what time, or if there was additional DNA recovered from the scene.
Oh.
Oh, indeed.
What do you make of that?
I mean, I make of it like, man, it's impressive that they've like held that party line to this very day. We'll tell you nothing about this crime ever. Like, and I don't know that they're gonna. I mean, I suspect that, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what they're gonna say at a trial. Like, I suspect that they're not gonna say a whole lot. They're gonna try to not say a whole lot. I think that's a very dangerous strategy for the state. Like, they're really hanging their hat on these confessions better be good. And good Lord, we just got the transcripts, and like, did we hear any good confessions? No. They say I confessed. Okay, is that the extent of the details that we're gonna get? Like, and then when they're asking about it, I'm like, well, I don't really recall the details. I don't want to misspeak on it. I'm like, okay, so you're not going to give any details.
I learned nothing from the transcripts.
That's
nothing.
That's intentional, but like, I don't know, man. I looking at it from like, hey, if this is the right guy, like, I'd be worried about this case because there's not a whole lot coming in here that's like backed up by a whole lot that we know of. Like, you're just hoping. You're hoping that like there's something good, but we've not seen any indication of there being something good.
I'm gonna send. Well, actually, nothing. I'm gonna wait. I thought better of myself. Sorry. I changed my mind about what I was going to say. So I saw a post on Facebook. I have to stop going there.
Yeah, that was your first mistake.
I keep going. The reason I wanted to do this live at 8 o'clock is because I saw that one of the state's favorite media megaphones, I'm not going to say her name because she could be a very nice woman, although she has threatened me before, literally. So maybe she's not nice, but she's going live at 8.
Hasn't?
Exactly. That's a great point. Yeah. Who hasn't? It kind of dilutes the severity of that. But she alleges that she spoke with Kathy, which I know is not true. So all of that to say, I'm noticing a trend as we're getting closer to October 14th, where I've learned nothing new about like evidence, learned nothing new about the facts of the case. Even after reading all of the available transcripts, after the hearings, everybody heard that there were all these details that only the killer knew. And oh my God, Harshman's testimony was so damning to Richard Allen. That motherfucker said nothing. He didn't even say, he said nothing. Everything he said was vague, speculative, and just like dumb and wrong. So we're a month and a half out of a trial. There's no, like, what details are we learning? Or what Harshman doesn't even know. How does Harshman know all the details of the crime, though? Like, I'm just
Anthony Rene Greeno.
Do you have the other one where he well, maybe not. I don't remember where I was going with that, but the trend.
Harshman's not a bright guy, is what you were saying, I think.
No, he's like a nincompoop, at least from reading his words. I didn't hear him on the stand.
So
but
mean.
He was I'm mean calling him a nincompoop. How about he's mean listening to 650 private phone calls? Like, he was like so proud of himself. He's like, I'm almost caught up on reviewing all of the footage of Richard Allen taking a shit in his cell. That's literally because we know that every single thing that Richard Allen did is no dignity. They've stripped him of his dignity. What's your favorite word, Aaron? Nincompoop? It's a good one. They've stripped him of all dignity and privacy, and Harshman's like, I'm almost all caught up. I'm very proud of myself. Almost up circling this man for a year straight. Yeah, okay, thank you, Joanna. I didn't want to say it because
Probably getting paid a lot of overtime for that.
You think? I think he just does it because, so we know Holman invited himself into this investigation on the 14th, right, DB? It was the 14th, I think, he was like, I heard it on the radio and I just, didn't have anything else to fucking do. It's not like I don't have 6 unsolved homicides that I'm supposed to be working on. So I just
unsolved homicides. He was knocking off clandestine meth labs.
Yeah, that's another thing. Why was he leading homicide investigations when he's supposedly just working like drug crimes? Like, what are we doing? They're very different. So like the trajectory of Jerry Holman is very abstract in my opinion. I don't know what the fuck this guy is actually qualified to do.
I'll say that I believe that he was made for the case because there's a very fortunate set of circumstances that he ends up being a part of where he waltzes backwards into this case and just a few months later gets sent to the National FBI Academy, which
space camp.
Sure.
Is it impressive? Is the FBI Academy impressive?
It is. I would say that it is.
What he did?
Absolutely. In law enforcement, yes. It's the FBI National Law Enforcement Academy. I'm not saying that
it's like a 2-week training program, I thought that.
No, it's not.
What is it then? I don't know anything about it.
Well, it's like they have a really big I guess tradition of like, if you go to that, you get sent to that by your agency. They think you're the best and the brightest in your agency. And so like it's a quote unquote honor to go.
Okay.
And there's like a graduation. You know, your people get your leadership in the agency gets sent from all over the country to go. But it's like a kind of a
It's an
way that
honor.
it's an honor amongst law
Big deal.
enforcement, of course.
Okay. Is it
So what I'm saying,
technically?
what?
Is it like technically impressive, or is it just a big deal? Is like accolade? Is it like? Is he coming away learning a bunch of new stuff?
Well, he's coming away with something that another detective is going to be pissed that he didn't get to go. And when you have the largest or like the most important, quote unquote, or the highest profile case in Indiana, one of them in history, you better be sending an investigator who has gone through some type of impressive training, that you have a record of showing, putting it resources into to train them to be a productive investigator. And I'd like to know if his name was on that list to go before the murders. Like, and
Can I
before
take a
Hammond
stab
got
at that?
what? Go ahead.
No, his name wasn't on it before he got. No, his track record as a detective before the Delphi case blows chunks. He's a very bad cop. Objectively, he sucks. So this case has been his meal ticket to everything. That's literally his motivation. Is that he this is the guy that was literally leading the conversation about here's who's going to play me in the movie 2 weeks after the girls were found dead. Like, this guy's a joke.
Who is going to play him in the movie?
Probably Danny DeVito. Who do you think?
I thought
Danny
it
DeVito's
was
too
Butch
old.
from Home Alone.
Who?
Butch from Home Alone.
That's good too.
Or no, which one are we talking about?
Holman? Jerome?
Holman.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Butch.
I thought he was going to get played by like a young John Goodman with a
He
hindsight.
wishes.
There is no young John Goodman.
It was AI, dude.
I don't know.
Luke will whip up an AI, little AI video for him.
Just make them all AI. Be animated.
Have 6
Is that
thumbs.
getting bigger for you when I do that?
AI? Yeah, it's blowing up, dude.
No.
It's huge.
The FBI National Academy. This is what he did, right?
Yes. 1 second. I think people are thinking that it's 3 days because of the cast. The cast training is 3 days.
As
this
part
is
of
different,
this
guys.
larger training, or no?
No. That's just if you're going to get cast training from the cell site analysis team from the FBI. The FBI has smaller, more specialized training that they do. So this is not that. This is their academy for law enforcement agents across the United States.
And this is the one that he did, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a 10-week program, excuse me, not 2. Intelligence theory, terrorism, and terrorist mindsets.
Well, so to compare this, 10 weeks, it's not as long as boot camp for some branches. Some are 13 weeks of hell, they say. But the Army, if you wanted to do that, it was 10 weeks basic training. So this is 10 weeks. It kind of gives you an idea of like the level, and it's not even comparable, I don't think. But I'm just saying, when if you have a loved one, or
Well, they
somebody that you know,
weren't making him run.
Correct. That that went to basic training, you could think about it, how long they were gone for. They left. My friend's mom was sad, and then she came back. They came back, and then she was happy.
I missed the whole NBA playoffs.
True.
Yeah,
that's
you
a great
can miss
point.
the whole. Yeah.
So he's learning about.
Wow. Yes. If you.
What's Hogan Valley?
It's a fake training environment. It's cool. It's like a fake small town.
Like an escape room?
Yeah, it's an escape room where you get taught how to violate citizens' rights, probably, and over
Oh,
use
good.
force.
Holman will thrive. Probably did
Why do
thrive.
you think?
Yeah. So he's learning about terror. I want to go back to this terrorism thing, terrorism and terrorist mindset. So I spent probably not like a lot of time, but I spent some time the last few days after Gull's motion in limine order granting the motion in limine came out. I started reading more about Ferenczi, the detective Greg Ferenczi. He was a literal, well, I'm not gonna say literal genius. I don't know what the definition, but like he was a very widely known, insanely intelligent, like his colleagues called him a genius. The FBI, he was a task force agent, so he didn't have like an FBI badge, but he was like, they considered him like part of the whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if you're a sworn task force agent, you're a federal agent.
Yes, exactly. Period. And he was seemingly a pretty remarkable detective, and they said something that struck me, like even the people that he was like famous for, even people that he arrested, like really liked him a lot. Like they would keep in touch with him after the fact. Not that that has anything to do with this, but he was an expert on terrorism. So you've got a literal federal agent who's a terrorism expert. He was like the guy that would go to like so the local mosque, right? He had really good relationships with like local mosques, and like I don't know, he's an expert in like religion and culture and all these things that you would hope that somebody that's like an expert in terrorism would know about. So given the angle that Greg Ferenczi was investigating, I think it's interesting that Holman is going to learn about terrorism for 10 weeks, and you have a literal expert with the FBI, who's an FBI task force agent, 30-year veteran of Terre Haute Police Department.
Terre Haute.
Police
They
Department.
literally built a statue to this guy.
Yes,
by the way.
He's not just like, we're not just canonizing him because he died tragically. Like this was a huge loss to that law enforcement there, because he was like really good at his job. He's a really smart guy, and he knew a lot about terrorism and cults and religions and cultures and things that most cops in the Midwest, without like seeking out that training, you might not have a ton of exposure to. And yet, then I'll get off my soapbox because I do want to do like another live about this only. But how it, like, am I hallucinating that Judge Gull has decided that the word of Jerome Holman, who did 10 weeks with the FBI in 2017 after the murders already happened, we're gonna take his word about a cult killing over a literal expert who's also a cop. He's not a humanities PhD or I don't know, whatever the fuck. They don't care about science. They don't care about like, this guy's a cop. He's a cop, and he's a well-respected cop, and they have decided that his legacy is bullshit, I guess. Like, how are they justifying any of this? I mean, they haven't tried, and they haven't had to. And then, hi, Alan Prickman. I know I'm all over the place right now. Alan Prickman is awesome. Also, Sarah is lying. That's fucking bullshit, and I know for a fact. Thank you for saying that, though, because now I can debunk it.
Don't even show it.
Well, people are going to talk about it anyway. But that never happened.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, but I think it's important to call out bullshit when I see it, especially when it's bullshit that is being pushed with a very, very, very specific goal in mind. That just got my blood pressure really high.
Well, I mean, I like, you know, the gag orders against the families are bullshit, but like it would be completely crazy for any media entities, including non-traditional media people like Facebook bloggers or YouTubers, to like engage with the family to try to get them to violate the gag order in any way, or to represent they've broken the gag order in any way. You know, they would have to, if they want to challenge it and speak out on it, they would need to do that themselves. Nobody should be trying to encourage them to do that, and certainly not misrepresenting that they've done anything like that. Like,
or misrepresenting that they're working in law enforcement or for law enforcement.
Yeah, that's, I mean, that sounds like a flex, but like that would be a shitty thing. Like, even if it were true, it'd be a really shitty thing for like anybody to go and do. Like, it is not your place to be doing that. Sorry, it was just like my piece on it, because I do think that like people should, like, if families want to like be like, hey, this gag order is bullshit, and like, hey, I'm going to talk to the media. Well, first I think you'd talk to not somebody on Facebook or like whatever, or YouTuber. Like, I think you'd actually pick a legitimate entity of some sort to actually like push forward that type of agenda, and like you would have your own agency in doing that. And you know, if there are ramifications for that, then you're accepting those. Like, people should not be bugging them, trying to be like, oh, can we see if you'll break the gag order? That's a sick thing to do.
These people are sick, Fiend. They're very sick. For no reason in particular. An Indiana woman strongly believes that she saw a missing Rexburg teen, Tylee Ryland, at a concert in Nashville, Tennessee in late December. Either it was her or it was her twin, said this person, who was able to interact with the girl who was sitting at her same table during a pre-concert dinner. But whether or not it was Tylee, a 17-year-old who, along with her 7-year-old brother JJ, have been missing since September, this woman believes authorities need to establish the girl's identity and make sure she's okay based on something suspicious that happened that night. That never happened, but
that's crazy that she's seen all those people.
Isn't it wild? Isn't it crazy? Tylee was dead when that happened, unfortunately. So that never happened.
How did you know that?
But because her later.
Oh, there was a trial and they proved it?
Yes, exactly. Thank you. So all of this to say, I think that it's a good lesson, and it's something for us to all remember and keep in mind. Be very, very, very picky about the shit that you're consuming and believing, because there's a lot of unwell people that follow the Delphi case. I'm not a picture of wellness all the time, let's be real, but I'm not sending the FBI and the entire country on a fucking insane goose chase, giving a ton of people a bunch of hope that somebody who's dead is still alive because I want attention. So I'm not doing that.
How many donuts have you ate in the last 2 weeks?
Me?
Yes.
The 3.
I think more or less
donuts.
than Jerry Holden.
Oh,
you get a lot of you're talking about, you know, you're the cornerstone of health. I just wanted to point it out, but you're doing.
It's unclear whether crazy pills are like to prevent the crazy or if they cause the crazy.
That's a great point, Fiend. It's like the chicken or the egg. I watched an interesting YouTube video from a doctor of psychology who, she's got these workbooks that you can do instead of taking medication. You know, there's all kinds of ways to take care of yourself.
Oh, wow.
I digress. Don't listen to that crazy person who's lying about Kathy Allen.
Not one person. There's a lot of people that are just flat out lying about all sorts of things. That
but
are
why?
Like they're just plain lies. Like there's a ton of people that are saying that, you know, like well, Brad Holder wasn't even into Odinism until 2018, which is the most absurd thing you can say, because like it's just documented up and down that like He's been known this for like 20 years. Like, there's no question about that. Why would you say something that's just flatly a lie? It's just because
Why?
they think people will believe them when they all say the same thing at the same time. Like,
I want to go further with that, Fiend. Why lie?
well, you know, there's a few of them that are just dumb, and so they just believe it. But there's a lot of them that are lying on purpose. They know that they're lying. They're just gonna lie anyway.
Right.
And they think that a few people are gonna believe them, which I don't get the point of it, because convincing a few people on the internet isn't going to have like some giant impact. Like, what is the point of lying? I also don't completely like know why they're doing it, but they certainly are doing it. They're just flatly lying about like all sorts of things.
Just to lie.
I think some of them probably are pathological liars. Is like might be part of it. Some of them might be unwell in other ways. I don't know, but like I think I would say, hey, is this making some conspiracy? But like I don't know, like unless like you know, law enforcement is putting a bug in their ear, and they're also stupid because they think it'll have some sort of impact. Like, it's not going to have any impact. Like, this isn't going to end up in like impacting a jury, like, or like you're not going to hear like you get the gross misrepresentations by like the state media, but you don't get these flat out lies. And like these flat out lies are like happen on YouTube and social media and stuff. Like,
but the media reports on them. For example, the media reported that certain individuals not connected to the defense in any real capacity were jury tampering because somebody told them that, right? So like, even though they originate on like YouTube or Facebook or wherever, the media in Indiana is like so bad at their job.
They'll say that it was alleged that they were jury tampering, or like possible jury tampering in the Delphi case. And then you read the article and it's like the article itself does not have any sufficient evidence of jury tampering or the statute.
There isn't a jury tamper. Like, there isn't a jury, so how are you going to tamper with a jury?
There was no jury at the time.
There isn't a jury. There isn't a jury now. Like, there's not going to be a jury until there's a jury. That's when jury tampering, like it can't even exist until that point.
I don't know. I would argue.
Get what you're saying.
Go ahead.
I get what you're saying, but I think that you can poison you could provide misinformation and disinformation enough in a community that it proliferates and 100%. It causes an issue with seating an unbiased jury.
I agree.
And that absolutely can happen, but like I don't think this case is big enough to where that's an actual legitimate concern.
You don't?
And I don't think that it happens.
Case has been extremely suppressed in media coverage compared to
I think that the state is certainly powerful and loud enough to contaminate a jury pool. I don't believe that like YouTube or social media or even really the media can. But like, if anybody's going to be poisoning a jury pool, it's going to be the state putting out press conferences and making very prejudicial statements and violating all of the trial rules that they're not supposed to be violating. Like, I do think that there is a lot of poisoning of the jury pool occurring.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the gag order isn't really helping them on that.
It never helps.
Like,
hey, Jared Holman went to CrimeCon, bro. What are you talking about? The gag order?
Well,
that's over, dude.
None of them have done any of that stuff since there's been an arrest, right? I guess I'm not completely aware.
Oh no, they have. They went to CrimeCon. They certainly went to CrimeCon. Yes, not Jerry Holman.
Oh, really?
But family members, yes.
Oh,
over the summer.
Good.
And they certainly 100% about by name at CrimeCon as the killer. It's fucked up.
Yeah, I didn't know about that.
And I'll be speaking at CrimeCon 2025.
You will be, yep. Because you solved, yeah. Well, I won't spoil it.
Where
Yeah,
is that?
don't.
It was
sorry?
the 2024 was in Nashville. Where's 2025 at? Is it still in
This is
Nashville?
in London.
England?
Correct. No, London, Indiana.
You know, there's a lot of foreign named places in Indiana. Like
I know.
besides
Mexico.
Delphi,
Peru.
Brazil, Peru,
Brazil.
Angola.
Angola.
Milan.
Fort Wayne.
Milan.
Can I show one more
Milan.
thing?
Yeah,
It's-
go ahead, dude.
It's not controversial because this is not a real person, but it is a Facebook post. Can I show it? You think?
Yeah. Yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Do it.
Well, I
Show
mean,
everything.
no, I can't, but I like to get the input of
We're just the
people that.
and DB is hype man number 1, and I am hype man number 2.
I don't know that. I mean, I don't know.
Oh,
On Twitter, DB doesn't like my tweets on Twitter. Fiend,
DB,
you are number 1.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
he's
I got
really
friends on Twitter.
flat.
Speaking of which, all my
He's
fans on
got-
Twitter.
He's drowning in
Besides-
DMs. He's probably behind on a lot of DMs, so it's not.
Oh,
I'll give him. I'll
Kokomo
give him a minute.
is Indiana. There is no Kokomo in the Caribbean. It's a total misconception.
What do you mean? Kokomo is a. It's not a place in the Caribbean,
No, it's a fictional place based on.
but it's in that song. It's in the
It
Beach Boys song.
in the song. It's a good song, but
It's a
the
good
place
song.
is actually just a place in Indiana.
What did you do, Criminal Network? Actually, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
Don't tell us. Plead the fifth.
The 5th.
He knows better.
Yeah.
That's the big homie. He knows better, dude. He's got the keys, man.
Still leaning towards. Hey, Lowlight. Lowlight, do you want to plug your what's it
Rumble?
called?
Rumble in the jungle.
Rumble. Yeah, I'll plug that because I don't know if you can. Actually, I can't even make a mod. I don't know how to operate StreamYard, but everyone should go check out Lowlight Recovery's Rumble channel. Rumble is like YouTube but better because
He was on there.
on what? Oh, I was.
on Rumble with him.
That feels like 100 years ago.
That was
Doesn't
a couple
He's also on Twitter.
warrantless. Oh,
You can find the streams from there. too.
Warrantless pings ago. Yeah. How do I share a picture?
Just
That's a good song.
hold it up to the camera.
I want to really share.
That's
it.
a- I'm gonna do a remix of Beers Ago by Toby Keith, and it's gonna be warrantless pings ago.
We only, I mean, we're at one that we know of, but who's to say that there's not more? That we don't know of. I bet there is. Why stop at one when you could do it a bunch?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's why I like
If I put a
donuts.
picture in Google Docs, can I share it that way, you think?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. Oh, I don't know my login.
Okay. Well,
Thinking. You don't have to wait for me. Y'all can converse. Finish,
I don't want to talk to Bean.
Yeah, everyone's being. Thanks for hopping on tonight and hanging out. I have thoroughly enjoyed your presence on Twitter, especially because
Thank you.
have been paying. Yeah, you're welcome. You have been paying very close attention to a lot of the more administrative, right? I guess administrative details of both Rick Allen's case and peripheral
Who, me?
cases. Certainly,
Thank you.
I'm talking about you, Fiend.
Oh, okay.
Evie,
Oh, I thought you were talking
you
to
are
me.
not getting any compliments tonight about your Twitter activity because it's been lately. So I'm talking about Bean Man.
Some people stick up for me in the chat.
I'm sticking up. For you.
I'm sure I haven't looked at the chat. I'm sure that you've got ample support. I'm sure you're fine.
Ladies, how y'all doing? Did you guys get the kids to bed yet? Do you guys have a good did you
Making
cook
dinner.
Making
Did you just do a
spaghetti?
sexism?
Too late for dinner.
No,
Doctor?
it's not sexism. I just know that the people in this chat are hardworking and they take care of their children. And they
Dinner
cook.
makers, hardworking dinner makers.
No, I just have seen every single woman ever talk about making dinner all the time, and they won't shut up about it. Just kidding.
Every single woman ever.
I'm making dinner, dude.
What are you making, Fiend?
I'm not
Don't
making
answer
Open
the
a
last time I
can of
cooked
cat
anything.
food.
Usually I'm air frying pierogies or something shit like
Oh my
that.
god, that sounds good. Air frying pierogi. It's very specific. It sounds fucking fire.
I'm skipping dinner tonight
Why?
because you guys sent me a link.
Make your pierogies and eat your
No,
damn
I'm
pierogies.
kidding.
I ate before I got on here. That's why I was late. You gotta feed yourself, man. You can't
haven't eaten in 3
pour from an
days.
empty cup. DB, you haven't eaten in 3 days, you said?
Yeah.
But I feel like that's where you function best. You get like all the
Yeah, that's true. I get fasted.
Mm-hmm.
My cortisone levels go really low, and I think I'm gonna fast for another 3 days after saying that women cook. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry about that.
How
You're gonna
dare
spiral
you.
about
How
that?
dare
You know, I've said something like
I was actually
yeah.
I was really joking, but go ahead.
I
spiral.
know. You know me. You know, people say mean stuff about me in the chat sometimes. They say that I made a really off-color joke about that could be considered sexist because I told Fiend something really funny.
What did you tell him?
I'm not gonna get into it. Fiend knows what I'm talking about. If you guys were there the other day, you know what I'm talking about.
You had to be
I
there.
don't even remember what it's about.
I said you were in 4th Marine Battalion in
Oh.
Paris
What's
Island.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which is
that's why I was like, there weren't 4. Oh yeah, no.
it's not even that bad, dude. But, okay, whatever.
Dude, I'm the sexist one because I didn't remember.
Why the fuck?
Forgettable.
Can't I?
Okay.
What's wrong?
No, I'll say sometimes, hey, men, what can some of the men take the notes? Can some of the men transfer the notes? And
No, you're
said,
great with about that.
Someone
Oh, sorry,
said that I was being sexist, but I was like, no, it's society that always makes women feel like they have to be the ones taking the notes.
Was it a man that said you were being sexist?
No, but now I'm the pressure of society and females about taking notes. And look at,
Well, that's
I'm
probably, like,
mansplaining.
more recent thing.
You're not
like,
mansplaining. Don't do that.
like,
You're not
historically,
mansplaining.
that's probably not true. Like in a broader context,
Sexist.
the scriveners were all males.
Throughout the course of human history, Fiend, you're probably right. There's probably been more men technically taking notes than women, although I don't know that women were allowed to learn to read or write for a long time. So you guys had like a head start.
Yeah, so it's time to catch up.
Fiend, I love that. You're like, you know what? I'm not gonna apologize for fucking nothing. In fact, okay, I found it. Ready? This is gonna get me clapped. I'm already getting clapped all over, so I don't. Okay.
Whoa.
Sorry. Share screen. All right. This is not a real person, by the way, obviously. So I don't have any qualms sharing this, but I just want to show an example of how distorted, but intentionally distorted, the truth gets, and how there are certain individuals who are very skilled at misconstruing what like is right, like telling me that the sky is purple and I would believe them. You know what I mean?
What is
fuck,
Jupiter?
again. I didn't say Jupiter today. I'm trying not to
Am
say
I
it. 'Cause
Jupiter?
it's like, it loses its punch when you say it a lot, you know? I said it like twice, but now it lives on, I guess, on YouTube. Okay. Candy Perita means little dog. It also means bitch. Despite rumors to the contrary, the killer's DNA wasn't found at the crime scene. However, it is still possible that Libby or Abby's DNA was found in Alan's car or home. I'm like, oh, that's very interesting. I wonder what they're basing this on, that there was no killer DNA at the crime scene. This is what they're basing it on. This is from the Franks memorandum filed by the defense in September 2023, okay?
It's got
According
everything so when someone cites the Franks
I
memory,
love this.
then it's all completely true then, right?
I love it when they use the Franks memo, something in the Franks memo.
Right.
So this bold part obviously is not part of the Franks memo. This is their own added, heading. According to court documents, Sheriff Liggett and Detective Lieutenant Holman, oh, so Holman wrote this. He wanted everyone to know. He wanted to get Lieutenant in there. Testified under oath that Richard Allen's DNA was not found at the crime scene. And I'm like, I don't remember reading that in the Franks. I mean, yes, I do remember reading that in the Franks memo, but I don't remember reading that the killer's DNA wasn't at the crime scene. So then they go on to say, Tony Liggett has testified under oath there's no DNA linking Richard Allen to the crime scene. So they underlined that. They want us to read that one. Jerry Holman has testified that there's no DNA linking Richard Allen to the crime scene. Therefore, 2 + 2 = 27 to this motherfucker, because they are now spinning that to mean that the killer's DNA, i.e. Richard Allen, according to this person, because Richard Allen's DNA wasn't at the crime scene, that means the killer's DNA wasn't at the crime scene, which means that it had to have been somewhere else, like perhaps in Richard Allen's car. Do you understand how like the Olympic somersaults into fucking psychotic, like, that's insane. But somebody who doesn't follow the case closely will read this and probably be like, oh, that's very interesting. I learned something. The killer's DNA wasn't at the crime scene. But we know that that's not true.
I think Core TV and Nancy Grace will do 15 minutes on it.
Probably. They'll probably get fucking Candy to come on, and she'll just show up with her avatar, and Candy's probably Jerry Holman now that I think about it, because no, I'm not going to say what I'm thinking. Anyway, I just wanted to share that because I saw that. I was like, that's actually impressive. That is impressive.
I mean, this is the insane, like, imagination, like, wild jumps to conclusions. Like, there's no semblance of logic.
No.
In any of this thinking at all. Not even close.
Magical.
I mean, it is magical thinking. That's the exact definition of magical thinking. Is that, like, these people are completely taking it on faith. And the thing is, that would be okay. Like, it would be okay if, like, hey, here's a logical like idea that, like, I would be like, okay, I get where you're coming from. Like, hey, I think he's guilty because, you know, I think most of the time the cops and the prosecution get it right. And that's actually probably true. Most of the time they do. And if that's as far as you want to take it, fine. Like, I'm going to grant you that, like, at least you've got some semblance of thought, like, behind. When you start making up all sorts of, like, scenarios that, like, have no basis in reality, well, that's where you're just getting crazy. Like, you're getting crazy with what you're thinking and saying. Like, I don't know what else to say about it. It's completely insane stuff. None of it's based on reality or evidence. Not a bit of it. You're just making it up. It's just in your imagination. We have no idea if that's the way it's going. There's no, like, logical jumps to conclusion here. You're not inferring anything or deducting anything at all. Like, you can deduct some things and infer some things. Like, I infer a lot from the fact that, like, you look through the entirety of all of these filings and there is nothing indicated that they're going to be bringing in, like, real hard evidence into this case. It's never been mentioned outside of a cartridge. You know, that's the one thing that's a physical thing.
And I'll say about the cartridge, pick an expert, guys. Pick an expert. You shopping for experts like you got a Sam's Club card.
Well, dude, if that's all you got, it's got to be.
And they
good.
return experts when they don't like what they get.
The thing. It's got. If this is all you got, it's got to be good. So you better be shopping it.
I think there's a very interesting expert I may talk about soon.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Like, I was going to ask you earlier.
To get a little bit deeper into that as well.
I'm not ready for it yet. But I will be.
I'm very surface level on that, but it'd be interesting to get into.
So I just wanted to touch on something too real quick that Fiend said about the DNA. So we say that there's DNA there, right? Because it sounds like they did find some DNA, right? Well,
$20,000 worth of testing on something, yeah.
Its DNA documentation is an exhibit in the Frank's memorandum. Like, we don't have those exhibits, but it's listed as an exhibit, so there's quote unquote DNA documentation. I don't know exactly what that means, but like I would guess that it refers to DNA.
Yeah, it probably does. So about the DNA specifically at the scene, though, there's a phenomenon, there's a strategy in post-conviction relief cases that you'll see often where they'll find newly discovered evidence in the form of concealed evidence that was not turned over to the prosecution, physical evidence from a crime scene, and they have it tested, and it comes back to somebody else's DNA.
You said prosecution. You said hidden from the prosecution,
Yes.
or you mean hidden from the defense?
Hidden from the defense. The prosecutor hides it.
Okay, the prosecutor does. Okay.
Well, sometimes the law enforcement doesn't tell the fucking prosecutor about it.
True. That's what I was kind of getting at, which
that happens too. And what happens is law enforcement and the prosecutor would then submit a theory that, sure, that person's DNA was there, but that doesn't mean they didn't act together to commit this crime. And right now, it's a different state. In Missouri, there's a man named Marcellus Williams. He is on death row. He has an execution date in a couple weeks. He found newly discovered evidence. He had the murder weapon that was found inside of the victim's body. Sorry, trigger warning, a little late. And it had another person's DNA. Did I say Williams? Yes, Marcellus Wallace. Williams. USA libertarian, don't confuse me, bro.
You were right, DB. You got it.
It's the damn libertarians always trying to get you to come to their side, come to the middle. You're wrong. Yeah,
They're
so this
Tarantino fans.
Right. So yeah, look at this situation right here. September 24th. I think he might have got to push off another couple weeks. But this man is on death row. They find another suspect's DNA on the murder weapon, and they cannot exonerate this man. So what I'm saying is, yes, it's a different state, different circuit, everything, right? But this is what they do. If there were to be a DNA on that scene, and they already have a theory of the crime, they'll make it work. They will. They're gonna explain it away. And
why?
Because they already got their guy. The fix.
Well, that's the whole reason that you can't have the ritualistic stuff. You can't have the Odinism stuff. Like, we went into a lot of detail. Like, I think we finally I don't know. That kind of solidified it more in my mind. Like, you're looking for enough of these elements to actually be okay, this is actually a real thing. Because you've got everything lining up.
Well, why now did they file the motion to eliminate?
You've got all of the elements, and
because the motion was filed.
There's a reason the reason that they don't want any of that in, even though it all lines up, and it's probably the reality of it is that this is definitely a factor in this crime. It's just because it doesn't go to this guy, so of course you don't want it in because it doesn't go to this guy. It goes to somebody else. But
they were okay with it coming in before. They didn't file this motion
because you never know where you're going to land. So yeah, I mean, if it did go to this guy, they'd love all that evidence. It'd be perfect evidence.
They were 13 days or something like that away from going to trial. There was no motion to eliminate on these characters. Where was it? There was no motion to eliminate on Top Click. There was no motion to eliminate on Geofencing.
You mean in Delphi, DB? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
The Delphi motion to eliminate? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. Does that make sense? Why
now? I'm not sure.
Were they not really that worried about that theory then? Because there's supposed to be true trials already, right? But
it's hard to figure out that part of it. I mean, it's a chess game of some sorts. I'm not really sure what each side's strategy is or what's going on with that completely. Yeah, it's weird if they were that like close to going to trial, they hadn't motion and eliminated any of that stuff out at that
Not even
point.
attempted.
No.
Yeah, why did they wait until, what was it, 2 weeks before May 13th, right? So why do you think they waited until then?
Well, the question there is more, why did they end up doing or filing that motion, right? I think it's because there was another prosecutor on the case we didn't know about, Judge Francis Gall, that explained that if Nick is so wanted to exclude this evidence,
Right.
that he should file a motion in limine.
That's
And
not the first
it's
time she's
much
done
like
that
these
for him.
transcripts. Well, it's not. And there's an example in these transcripts recently where she says, objecting to form, the judge, or what was it? Something like that, where he objected. He had no standing on the objection. She explained the objection. And then he said, oh, yeah, that. And she said, okay, overruled.
She's like, I think you mean this. I think what you mean is. And he's like, yep. So she's prosecuting this case.
Dude, she is her overreach is like really, really frustrating because a judge should damn well know better. And her overreach has already resulted in a death, which is a felony. Like it's a very serious crime that she is definitely part of and definitely initiated the chain of events that resulted in it.
And emboldened him.
And she continues to just like way overreach as far as like, you're not on the side. I mean, I get why people are cheerleading for her because they think she's on their side because, I mean, hard to argue. Like, she kind of has been. Like, the judge isn't supposed to be. Judge is supposed to be the neutral arbiter. They're not supposed to be like on a side. They're not supposed to be on one side or the other. Like, they should be easily replaceable because one judge is a neutral arbiter and another judge is a neutral arbiter. This one isn't. She's very frustrating. And like, I mean, the thing, I mean, there's another thing that Michael's talked about a few times, and like this is something I completely agree with him. Like, there's a number of times that just like very clearly she's gone way outside of her scope as a judge, and like that's not acceptable.
DB, you said something about emboldening. Can you finish that thought? Because I think that's a good thought. You said, do you remember what I'm talking about? It was like a minute ago. I think what you said was that her rulings and her overreach is not just like inappropriate, but in fact is emboldening the really problematic behavior of these investigators and the state in violating Richard Allen's rights and violating the rights of other people connected to the case peripherally. They are violating rights all around, and Judge Bull is basically giving them not free pass. She's writing the prescription for them. She literally is like nudging them via motions and emails as to what their next move should be. And by they, I mean like the state. Here's what you guys should do next. You should file a motion in limine, and I will definitely grant it. Here's what you should do next. Oh, and by the way, I'm definitely going to grant your motion in limine because I'm going to put in an order my opinion that Brad Holder is cleared by law enforcement, despite the fact that at the arrest press conference of Richard Allen, Doug Carter says multiple times, we haven't cleared anyone. Like, does she know anything about the case? I really feel like she has not read a single defense filing. Not one. I don't think she can be bothered.
I wouldn't be surprised if she ever reviewed the Frank's memorandum in full along with the exhibits. Like, that's extremely important because it's not 136 pages. It's, it's probably 1,000 pages. Like, literally your job to just read, like, sit down and
it's like,
sit down and read it. But
it's okay. It's one. Everybody has bias, right? I like this. Like, all judges are biased, absolutely, but not publicly and blatantly obvious. So, like, it's one thing to have a bias. It's another, but it's a totally different question as to whether or not my implicit bias that we all have is going to impact my ability to be impartial in my rulings and in my presiding over this case. So nobody is saying that in order to be a judge presiding over a case, you can't have an opinion, you can't have an implicit bias. Are you able to keep your fucking bias in check enough to actually be fair and impartial? That is the question. And even if you think that you can, what does the public perceive? If the public perceives that you're biased, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, that's actually the bar is the perception
it's a
of
pretty
bias.
low
It's
bar.
not even whether you are biased or not.
She has no say over the matter. The public
said it and just look at like the reality of the situation. But I mean, I don't try to like, I don't know. I don't pretend that I know the stuff that I don't know. Like, I don't know what the defense all knows, you know? I don't know that this is, you know, it's an assumption that this is really, really their number one theory. I don't know. Like, they could have put themselves into a worse corner potentially. And especially if they move forward like unprepared.
Judge Gold thinks that this is her case, though, because so I titled this live Black Robe Fever, and I thought I again had a really, really good Twitter tweet thread on the Unraveling account that got hijacked by a crazy person about what Black Robe Fever is, but it basically what
said, oh my.
Yeah. It basically is like it's referring to judges, most of the time judges who at one point in their law career were prosecutors. Most judges were prosecutors versus like defense attorneys. I mean, there are judges who were defense attorneys first, but the majority of judges have more experience in the prosecutor's office. Anyway, I digress. Black Robe Fever, essentially judges behaving like megalomaniac, egomaniac, rogue, like they are the law of the land, you know. And it's like, obviously I'm not doing it justice by how I'm describing it, but it's like the violation of defendant rights that we're seeing in really high profile cases where, like, even though the Constitution's very clear about the weight that, like, the presumption of innocence is not a suggestion, it is the standard, the bare minimum pretrial. And when in doubt, you and I have talked about this before, Fiend, like we talked about it with the lazy judge ruling, right? Like if both sides are kind of making the same mistakes or making equally good arguments, you would think that a pretrial defendant would get the benefit, like the burden would be lower for the defendant versus the state. Why are we not like deferring to the defense versus the state? Because the burden's on the state. The defendant doesn't have to prove his innocence. Zero defendant at a trial, a criminal trial, to prove their innocence. And yet, if Rick Allen's defense attorneys can't solve an unsolvable double homicide, and it's unsolvable because of how fucked the investigation was, not because it's an impossible crime to solve. If the defense attorneys can't solve this crime to the satisfaction of a biased judge, doesn't matter if they solve it, if she believes it, right, then Richard Allen will be convicted. He has to prove his innocence and they have to solve the murders. That's basically the bar that they've set. And that's terrifying.
Well, I do agree with that partially. I agree that like that is definitely the bar that she's saying. I mean, which is nonsensical. Basically, you're saying like you can, I mean, and she has said this essentially, is that you can only have a third party suspect if you have enough proof that the cops should go arrest this other person and this person would be completely exonerated. Like, we know that why they're not going to have that, because in many regards they just stop short of investigating things fully. We know that for a fact, because even if it's Richard Allen, within 2 days they stopped short of investigating him fully. Like, we have that as a full proof that they and they did it like many times, because where is the information that they could have gotten on a lot of these people, and they stopped, then they didn't follow up for it. But I mean, are you familiar? I mean, it's especially when you start to talk about mythology and like Odinism and stuff, and like literature, like, there's a theme of hubris, and we've seen where she's gotten way over her head and with her overreach, and it's had tragic consequences. And like, I'm not trying to like come up with a conspiracy theory here, or like get copium or anything like that, but I mean, just the other side always wants to imagine a whole bunch of bullshit, so let's imagine it for a second.
Let's
Like,
do it.
like, what if this defense team is like actually really smart, and they kind of like, they're hoping that you shoot down this first line of defense, because they have a completely worked up second like thing that's even stronger, and they just haven't even shown that at this point. And
Sure.
and man, the possibilities are endless. It could be like a million different things. Like, what if they show up on day one and be like, it was James Chadwell? Like, what if they've got like, I don't know what
Gabe Ellis.
they've got. Gabe Ellis. Like,
He's a good
they have access to a lot of information. I do think that it's like fairly reasonable that like somebody with a brain that has looked at all the information they've gathered over the years might put things together a little bit better than the police, because the police suck. They're not smart.
Or at least the Unified Command Task Force, because we do know that a team of very competent law enforcement officers and detectives and troopers spent a really good amount of time investigating third-party suspects. And they weren't all named in the motion in limine,
No, there's a lot of them that aren't named, and there's a lot of possibilities for, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think it's very irresponsible for, like, I've kind of leaned towards going with what defense says. They say they've got information that these people are like, involved, but they use the word involved. They don't use they don't go further than that. They say involved, which is fairly broad. So
I think that's a reasonable
they may
hypothesis.
have something. They may have something that's way stronger than that against somebody else. And sure, these people may have been involved. And also, like, yeah, it'd be irresponsible to name these people, but also these people are terrible people. Like,
who gives
like,
a fuck? I'm going to name I'm not going to sleep over
bad
Nazi.
About, like, nobody should feel bad about saying shit about Brad Holder or Patrick Westphal. They're literally fucking They're literally fucking terrorists.
They're Nazis. I don't give a fuck about naming a Nazi in a motion. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
so,
like,
sleep I kind of get where, like, oh, that would be a bad thing to do. Sure, yes, that is a bad thing to do, like, against a regular citizen. But like,
if you didn't do it, like, defend yourself. Where's the irrefutable evidence excluding these suspects? Then why do you need to file a motion in limine that they can't even be brought up if you're not like?
I mean,
do you think the state really has anything to exclude them? Because I don't.
No, I mean, I find it extremely, extremely concerning about, like, that they wrote up warrants to go get their phone data, and then those just
Where are
they didn't get executed. Like, they're prepared, they're all written up, like they
Well,
like
we don't know if they got executed.
you have law enforcement officers that have probable cause. They wrote this up fully with
search
probable
warrant for
cause.
Elvis Fieldhouse. We don't know if that ever was executed. Like, all these balls.
Well, I don't know that was prepared, but I know Brad Holder and
It-
Patrick Westfall, like, they had search warrants prepared for their phone data.
Ferenczi prepared a search warrant for Elvis Fieldhouse. I did not know that until like yesterday.
Oh, really?
And that surprised me because they also said no idea if that was ever executed either.
That's the sort of thing, because those things are all like we know how weak the probable cause and the probable cause for both the search warrant and for the affidavit for arrest were against Richard Allen. Like, those are weak, and they've been like manipulated, and like very like there's not a whole lot there. That's not the norm. A lot of the time there's a lot more than that. So like when you talk about probable cause in a general sense, it's the bar that's on the very low end. Typically it's a lot higher, and they have much better probable cause. Like, they don't write it unless they actually have good reason to go pursue that. For it not to be executed, somebody's like, like, there's some manipulation as far as like somebody's in charge and saying don't give that to the judge, or the judge is themselves is saying, well, no, even though obviously you would normally sign off on probable cause. Like, you always sign off on probable cause. Like, when they bring it to you, like, it's got to be extremely, extremely weak to not sign off on it. Probable cause is a much lower bar.
It's low. It's a low. Yeah, it just means more likely
that especially for warrant, and then even for an arrest, it's still
for an
fairly
arrest.
low.
I think Rob Ives said when Matt Sully and I talked to him, he said basically probable cause, think of it as more likely than not. And at first I was like, oh, yeah. I mean, that's pretty much the standard. I think it's like more likely than not. But we also know
is very, very wishy-washy.
It's
like,
very
we're not
subjective.
talking about reasonable doubt or anything
right.
like that. We're way
because ideally, like an arrest, you arrest a guilty party, right? But sometimes you arrest a person and they're innocent. But that the threshold is lower because there are safeguards in place, i.e., process and defense attorneys, Miranda warnings. All of these things are in place so that if they arrest somebody and they're not the guy, no harm, no foul, because like we didn't get very far with it because you're the things that protect innocent people, like the Constitution and laws and the burden being on all these things, like, okay, fine, the burden's but
oh boy.
I thought I broke Kaylee's computer. Just gave up.
Me, I'm a serious hacker. I found Fiend's Dropbox. I have Fiend's Dropbox.
You did not.
I don't even know how to operate a Dropbox.
Oh my god, guys, let me be a hacker. Stop, Fiend. Let me talk. I'm trying to do that.
He's trying to do a hack, Fiend.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Hack away.
Serious hacker. I have Fiend's Dropbox information. He looks at cats a lot. Like a lot. But I like cats, and they're totally fine. But anyways, I have serious evidence.
It sounds like you're just watching my Twitter and seeing like if I retweet cat memes.
Wait, what?
Can you transpose your audio up a little? The depth of your voice is too deep. I can't really understand you. Just do like a transpose, one or
How's
two.
this sound?
Perfect.
How's that? Does it sound like a hacker?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Wait. No.
That's too much. Okay. So,
Okay.
I have Fiend's Dropbox information, and it's really crazy.
Was that it?
I guess that was it. I mean, that seems like a threat. But
Yeah. Well, I'm not joking. I couldn't actually understand anything that was just said. Can you give me a like ELI5? Give me this.
so the anonymous hacker says
Yes,
that
Mr. Hacker.
he has Dropbox information. But
Uh-huh.
I like really struggle with like technology. Like I can barely get on YouTube or StreamYard or
Oh yeah, I don't have that problem.
download PDFs. Like it's a struggle, man. Like I mean,
Yeah, I know.
you know, the world kind of left me behind with all that stuff.
I think you're doing great.
I try, you know. There's a lot of
doing
changing
wonderfully.
between like Safari and Chrome and like iBooks and I don't know. I mean,
What's an iBook?
iBook? Oh, I put all my PDFs in iBooks. It's just like an Apple app.
It's you mean like on the iPad, the actual app that's like books?
Well, it's not on my app. I don't have an iPad. It's just on my phone. But I put all.
Right.
I just like if I get a PDF, I like send it to my iBooks, and then it's in my library of iBooks. Like I've got all my Odinism books there, and then I've got all my court filings there.
You sound quite organized, Fiend. I think you should give yourself more credit.
Well, it's not organized in any way, shape, or form. It's there somewhere. It's like my screenshots. There somewhere. I've got the evidence everywhere, but like I don't have like it organized in any like way, shape, or form. Like if there's a way to
now you have the
search
search. Yeah, the search.
The photo searching on like Apple Photos is not too bad. I use that. I try to use that a lot, but it's not.
I don't know what I did before that. I have.
Oh no, yeah.
I don't know. I really don't.
It keeps getting better, and like it's extremely helpful.
I was gonna say something. I lost it.
I was gonna say something too, and I forgot.
Well, we got hacked. So.
Oh no.
A hacker did a hack.
Family hug.
Yeah. Is everybody sufficiently unsettled by that? Because I legit thought that I broke this big ass computer that is really nice. I thought I broke it. I was like, I don't even know what I did, but that checks out.
My Twitter feed is full of hacks. People, I think the hacker is just.
I remember now. You said Twitter, and it helped me remember, Fiend.
Okay, good.
Amazing. See, this is why you are #1 hype man. Can everyone see this? So I'm going to segue a little. We're still talking about how Judge Gull is a menace. But the most recent development that is very, very alarming and confusing to me, and there's been a lot of really good discussion among our friends, many of which are in the chat. Basically, a couple people, Sleuthy Teresa, our responsible public access queens, maybe kings, I don't know, wrote to Jody Williams, whose goals, what is she, her clerk or court something, clerk? And her clerk. And requested, or I guess clarification on like, where is the Dr. Walla portion of the transcript from the hearing? Because of course that's like, I mean, for one, it was almost like 5 or 6 hours of testimony in
they
itself.
Also paraded her in like she was Taylor Swift.
Right. She had a lot of attorneys with her. Right. So this was like a really significant.
Detail, like a security.
Security and stuff.
Yeah, like they. Yeah. Like, and she was like dressed up like sunglasses and like. I mean, it was a big.
It was an entrance
for Delphi. I think it was a pretty big big show.
She didn't slip under the radar is probably a good way to say it, right? Like it was her presence was felt, her testimony was significant, and the amount of time she was on the stand was like significant. And this was a public, just to recap, on July 31st, one of 3 days of public hearings in Carroll County Courthouse. Some people in the chat attended in person. The media was there. Courtney, Yellow Jacket, went and took very meticulous notes. So we know a lot of what was said, but a transcript is really important because there's things that we miss, and it's an objective, record of the proceedings, which is important in a case when the judge has prohibited basically all transparency. So all of this to say, Teresa and Sleuthy, at the very least, Teresa and Sleuthy, and probably more people requested some clarification on, like, where is Wallace's testimony? Jody wrote back in an email and said, per the rule, well, first she gave them an insane price for the remaining transcripts. It was like 5 something. We already talked about that on Teresa's live. But per the rules on access to court records, so bracket that for a second.
Oh,
Doesn't cite which one. Which one, Jody? Which rule on access to court records? That's cheating. Which one? You can't just say a thing and make it so. Like, you have to provide a specific rule that you're citing. But she says, per the rules on access to court records and by agreement of the parties, let's do another bracket. Which parties? Because are the parties the defense attorneys and the prosecution? Are the parties Dr. Walla and her legal representatives in the state? Are the parties DOC and the state? Are the party, like, the public, technically, when it comes to access to court records, public access, the public is a party. I didn't agree to this. So again, very vague. She went on to say, no non-confidential version of the transcript of Dr. Wallace's testimony will be available to the public. I had to read that like 10 times because it's a very confusing fucking way to say that the public will not in any capacity be given a transcript of Dr. Wallace's testimony. No non-confidential, meaning there is a confidential version apparently, but the public won't ever fucking see it. Her read again is, as it contains mental health records. No, it fucking doesn't, because testimony at a hearing, like, this already happened.
That's not what mental health records are.
No, testimony at a public hearing, that's not how it works. You can't retroactively decide that a individual's testimony in a public hearing was like really bad, perhaps, for the state's case, or made Judge Gull look really bad, or actually probably put Judge Gull in some really fucking hot water. Same with DOC. So you can't just say that was a really bad look for me and it's going to get a lot of people in trouble. So it's
when the state media doesn't say exactly what you said, you don't want to say exactly what you said either.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying, like, they're based on people that were there are some quotes from her that were very problematic.
Damning,
very,
problematic.
Very problematic. And when you don't have the media reporting on those quotes, well, nope. I kind of see where they're coming from as far as like, well, I don't want to like just give you the words so you can quote them directly.
This is insane. This is not legal. This is not normal. And this is actually, so Judge Gull, again, assuming that this directive that, Jody works for Judge Gull's office. So I'm not putting the blame on her. Although I think that she could have probably provided and cited the specific rule. Go ahead, Mama True Grit, ask your question. Sorry, I don't want to ignore the chat though, because there's a lot of really good. Joe Schmo says, this statement is oxymoronic. She is saying that she won't make available the non-confidential version. By definition, if it's non-confidential, why can't it be made available? It makes no sense, right? She's basically like, there's a confidential version, and so it's word salad. It's like word salad. It's a non-answer.
Well, she's been being put in a place where she shouldn't have to answer this question.
I totally agree with you. They
It's
do
not
this
her
to
job
Sharon
to like make up
to
the
to
reason.
lie for the judge. Yeah, she shouldn't have
Yeah,
to lie for
no.
the judge.
It is not.
Much like
It is not on her. Like she is way
no,
above her pay grade and shit. She's not even getting paid all the money that they give her. They give the court for the transcripts.
right?
They're pocketing like 80% of the money or something crazy. Like it's insane.
Well, and like,
why are they doing that? It's fucked up.
well, and the other thing is like, so they do this to Sharon Milburn, who's a Carroll Circuit Court clerk, and Sharon
is very nice.
Sharon is wonderful and ethical, and unfortunately, Sharon works in Satan's Whoville, and she works with and for outrageous, absurd, unethical people. So, and I would like to. There's like a million things I want to cover in the next few weeks, but Sharon actually was directed by the Superior Court Judge Atkins to basically break the law when it came. I think it had to do with releasing bond funds, and I'm going to get a lot of the details wrong, so I'm not even going to try. But basically, there's specific statutes and rules and everything as to how bond funds are to be released, whatever, and to whom, etc. And and Sharon goes to trainings on, she goes to legal training, she goes to conferences, she takes her job very seriously. She's an elected position, so the community respects her. She's been reelected at least once. She's a really good clerk, and she follows the law, and she's ethical, and she believes in public access. So the judge ordered her to basically do something in conflict with how the law is written, and she requested clarification from him and kind of reminded him, like, this is how I understand it. This is what I intend to do in accordance with the, I don't know if the law or rule or whatever.
I do have a bit of one beef with her, even though it's like not directly, because I don't, there's lots of things I would request. I just know that she gets bombarded by a bunch of people,
yes,
so I don't try to pile on like.
Well, we can get into beef. I'm okay. I'm fine with beef. But all of that to say, she sued the judge. She sued her own county judge because he was ordering her to break the law and said she would be held in contempt if she didn't break the law. And she had to actually retain counsel. And it went to the appellate. It's wild. And the appellate court agreed with her, and they eventually settled or something. But the county has been retaliating against her by withholding her well-deserved and earned, pay raises and everything. Like, they're pissed that she wouldn't fall in line. Like,
that's fucked up.
Anyway, all of that to say, there are really, Sharon is a good clerk, and I'm not saying, Cody is Judge Bull's KO. You just told me exactly the title, and I can't. Court reporter, I think, official court reporter. Oh, good.
That they did something wrong. Somebody did something wrong over here. Who did something wrong?
Something Ron Logan.
Who did something wrong?
Are those runes on your face, Tony?
Who's being loud in this hallway? Everybody needs to shut up.
Did you take your blood pressure meds, Tony?
I'm fine. Do I look too amped up?
What's on your face?
These are signs of stress.
These are my stress wrinkles. Oh, True Grit asked, did the defendant
something like that? Gotta go.
Okay, bye. Did Rick ever have an arraignment? He did have an initial hearing because we know he did because they tell us he did.
Oh, man.
He pled not.
That goes back to the beginning bullshit, which is
right. Did they do anything right?
Very weird things.
Oh my God, a special guest. Or we had a special guest. This is Mr. Harshman, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's actually Holman behind you as the Hulk. That's
Oh my God.
That's pretty good. That's pretty unsettling. This is a good question, Trigger. I'm gonna look.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Hey.
How y'all doing? I'm
Pretty
just here on
good.
my own. I just want to tell everybody what's going on. I'm an honest man. I just want to give
Okay.
everybody an update. I know I said something the other day that kind of seemed like I wasn't too happy with Jerry. I said Jerry ate my lunch the other day. Really, I don't think he ate my lunch. I think that was I was just I was a little confused. So whatever Jerry needs from now on, I can take care of.
Blink twice. Well, I guess you can't because you're wearing stellar shades. So, what was your lunch that Mr. Lieutenant Detective Holman stole?
I had 22 ounces of my mom's meatloaf.
Bacon? Oh, that's Jerome's favorite.
832 pieces of rice.
Hey, Mr. Harshman /
Yes.
handler, do you know an actual definitive answer to True Grit's question about if Rick had an arraignment, and if so, when?
He confessed 61 times.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
I've listened to all of them.
Do you recall any of the details? Do you have your notes in front of you?
Yeah, I do.
You do have your notes.
Yeah, refer to your notes. I mean, you're at a sworn hearing. Refer to your notes.
This is some really small font we have here on the printouts, on the handouts, but
so you do have your notes, though. Excellent.
Yeah, well, it's what Jared gave me, or Lieutenant Holman.
Thanks, Harshman. You are of absolute no help.
Well, we don't really arraign people, as far as I know. We just
love you, Drew Grit.
The DOC.
Can you answer? You don't know is the answer before True Grit has to dip?
Arraignment? No, it's not arraignment.
I mean, I think that technically,
I don't want any of that smoke. I mean, sorry, go ahead.
I guess I'm not sure if like distinguishing the definitions of it, but like, I mean, I think that there was a very weird situation where, like, you know, that second interview that he went into to go pick up his car, like, he never left it, and he was there all weekend, and they didn't arrest him until after the weekend.
Who? Oh, Rick,
Richard Allen.
They didn't charge. You mean they didn't charge him?
No, they didn't arrest him.
What do you mean?
He was detained that entire weekend without being under arrest.
Well, but it says
without a probable cause affidavit.
Right. Okay. So no charges were filed.
This goes back to my beef with Sharon a little bit, because we, the public, do not have a probable cause affidavit that has been signed by a judge. We've never seen a judge's signature on a probable cause affidavit, which is like, that by itself is completely insane.
Yeah. There's no Diener signature on
No,
it.
there's no any judge's signature. I don't care whose signature is on it.
Just
like,
a judge.
I might care, like, depending on whose signature is on it, but a judge has to sign a PCA. Where is that? Like, that's not something to redact from a PCA. You don't redact the signature of the judge. Right. That would be weird. It is weird, and that's been the situation this entire time. And like, they've gotten around it by, like, I mean, it's Gull's stuff, and she was chastised by the Supreme Court for like doing it her way, with this weird way of like, well, let's just document dump everything, and just, you know, like, lost in that huge document dump is that there were like maybe like 20 some documents, or like, I'm not sure the exact number, but like between 10 and 25 or something of documents that remain confidential at that time. So like
And
we
shouldn't have, right?
we still never got those. Those have never been released.
Oh yeah, you're right. And there were a couple of different, there were like 3 different versions of the PCA in there. Actually,
I don't know that. I don't see. I hear people say that a lot, but like,
I'll show it to you because I made a
Yeah.
thing to demonstrate it. So yeah, I'm right now. It's insane. Like, so there's a really good, and again, I'm like, obviously I'm biased because I believe that Rick is factually innocent, but, and I can admit I'm biased, but the Franks memo, like, it's just like so shitty. It's unfortunate how much intentional, there's been so much attacking that document, which is a remarkable fucking document. Just in like, there's so much in it. I mean, I find something in it all the time, but there's a line in there that's really good that I think about often, that is like, the state basically hid this exculpatory evidence in like a needle in a haystack. Basically, that has been what they've done. They overwhelm. Hi, Jason. I didn't know what cope and seethe meant until recently. I stay coping, and I certainly stay seething. But basically, the state, they get around, Brady violations by providing disorganized clusterfuck. They overwhelm the defense with irrelevant bullshit, and they hide important shit in there. And that's exactly what Gull did with that document dump. Like, just mass release, no rhyme, out of order, not titled, scanned like my 5-year-old. Like, it's just, it was, and she's the administrative chief judge.
Well, and the public was so happy to get anything at that point that like there wasn't a lot of like, and it worked because there wasn't a lot of scrutiny on what was left out.
Yeah, we were so famished.
Which included like a dozen or so like things that did remain confidential. And what are those things? And are they supposed to be confidential? Are they not? Where are the filings that say that those things are supposed to be confidential? And where is the goddamn signature of the judge on the PCA? Because like, it's a very important part of this. Like, the constitutional like ramifications of somebody being arrested and then like shipped to prison without ever a PCA being signed would be like substantive. Like that's a huge,
shipping someone.
huge problem. If like, I mean, I assumed that someone did sign it because that it would be crazy that someone didn't. But like,
would it be crazy? Would it be unreasonably? Crazy?
No. I mean, it would be crazy. Like, I'm not going to say it's not crazy. It would be crazy. But then the thing is, what's providing the evidence that it's not signed is that you're not showing us the signature. Like, that informs like maybe what's happening. Like,
well, they also redacted for a long time. They kept the name of the affiant, the author, Tony Liggett. They kept the lead investigator and the author name and the signature hidden too. Why? That's weird. That's fucking weird behavior.
And they removed Doolin's name from the PCA when it was present on the warrant. I mean, yeah, you've got a pattern of removing these names, which is not great.
I found what I was looking for. It's so weird that StreamYard doesn't let you can share a PDF, but you can't share an image. That's like annoying to me.
You gotta join as a guest.
Oh yeah, and file right. We have to file an OA and write to Justin Fortner, and we can share our image, right? Yeah. Okay. I just want to show this because
Just print it out and then hold it up to the screen.
Is that what you would do?
I
So
don't
you
even
do-
know what I do.
He's an aversion to electronics.
No,
Never heard that about
when
him.
I've tried to do something on the screen, DB just did it for me. So
Oh
because
my
I have no
gosh.
clue.
Yeah, DB usually takes care of all of our technological. He. You know what? He's in
My
high
computer's
demand.
acting funny, guys. I don't fucking know what's going on. This guy
Yeah.
fucking
It's like
FaceTimed
when
me
a band,
earlier, being weird and shit.
a guy FaceTimes you. That sounds violating. It's like when a band you really like, an indie band, becomes popular, and then it's like the magic kind of dissipates. That's kind of like when he became.
I saw Incubus when they were the opener for the opener of a band, like in a club of like 100 people.
You have a fever, Dan?
So I'm old. Dude, something's going around and it's contagious, probably.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sick. I got Mothman sick. Dan's sick.
You got me sick. I thought it was allergies all day yesterday. I was complaining about allergies. I woke up this morning. I felt like ass, and it's just getting worse as the day goes on. Can y'all see this? Yes, you can see this. Just a yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Go.
So, these are discrepancies from the, I want to say 3 different versions of the PCA that were actually included. They weren't filed like the PCA. They were included as part of Nick's motion to request third-party records for Rick Allen's mental health records. He filed like 2 or 3 of those.
There's a ton of documents that they're just attached to other filings.
Well, he included it as if it were part of the motion.
Are only copies of things, like.
But my point is, though, Fiend, is that it's not just like copy pasta of the PCA in there. It's a different version. So one version. So we've got the affidavit for search warrant from October 13th, which we got for the first time in that June 2023 document dump. So it says, quote, near the end of the video of Bridge Guy, a man is heard in the video telling the girls down the hill. There is no mention of the word gun in that version, nor is there any mention of a gun being cycled, right? So that's our October 13th version, arguably the first version of this document.
Good work on this.
Thanks. Then,
thank you.
I don't even remember doing this. Maybe because maybe DB did it. October 28th. So this is the actual PCA, and I put the page number because I hadn't like separated. So just hidden in 177 pages of disorganized fucking bullshit is all of this, just FYI. So October 28th, the probable cause for Rick Allen's arrest. This is what it says. As the male subject approaches victim 1 and victim 2, one of the victims mentions, quote, gun. Near the end of the video, a male is seen and heard telling the girls, guys, down the hill. The girls then begin to proceed down the hill and the video ends. So this is the first mention of a victim allegedly saying or mentioning the word gun. There's no mention of hearing anything being cycled.
That's okay. So I didn't know this. That's
April 20th, 2023. Months later, this is the motion, and this in itself, I'm not going to start with the April 2023 fuckery, but one of the fuckeries was that Nick filed a motion for third-party records of Westville for Rick Allen's mental health records and also his employment records, which who fucking cares? He really wanted his mental health records. This version says
he got him.
This version says, granted, I mean, remember, I'm just journeying from Marty. Over 6 months after the arrest and the probable cause affidavit is issued, not signed, but issued, as the male subject approaches victim 1 and 2, one of the victims mentions, quote, gun. Near the end of the video, a male is seen and heard telling the girls, guys, down the hill. The girls then begin to proceed down the hill and the video ends. But we now also have, they believe Richard M. Allen was carrying his oh, wait. Wait, this can't be a direct quote.
DB, what do?
What?
DB is using not direct quotes.
I know.
God
Okay,
damn it.
this is a direct quote, actually. That's how insane this is. This is a direct quote. They believe Richard M. Allen, and I assume they is investigator, state. I'm going to look it up after this. They believe Richard M. Allen was carrying his Sig Sauer model P226 on that day due to the cycled round matching that firearm was located within feet of victim 2's body. They further believe he was carrying the Sig Sauer model P226 from the audio from victim 2's video, in which investigators believe they hear the sound of a gun being cycled and one of the victims mentioning a gun. Investigators believe after that time, victim 1 and victim 2 were removed from the bridge by Richard to where their murders occurred. What? Huh? Like, did he write this with his hooves?
The planet?
What? Why wrote the planet into this? So what do we think? What do you think about this?
Me?
I don't care. Anybody. Whoever. You guys tend to just drop
It's
off
hugely
the-
problematic because you're not just allowed to modify a probable cause affidavit. Like,
Well, you can if it's not signed.
there's certain circumstances that allow it. One of the circumstances, like, presented itself when they amended their charges. They had every right in the world to completely amend their probable cause affidavit, and they chose not to. No, they didn't do it.
Nope.
They didn't change a thing.
They didn't
Except
file information or anything.
So I hadn't really dug that deep into these differences, and this is a huge problem, actually. So I was kind of like, why do people keep bringing up these multiple like versions of the PCA? Because I guess I hadn't. I've looked at the differences between the warrant and the PCA, but I've probably just been looking at one version of the PCA during this time.
You're guilty of something.
And they're buried in these other documents.
Look at the page numbers. 118 of 177, 92 of 177. One like needle in a haystack, and I don't think it's because Judge Bull is so busy.
I know. Let's see. I guess I would need more information about where this is being like pulled from, because I've
from
got
that document dump
PDFs and they're not. Well, they're not. Each of the PDFs is not that long.
No. This is so when all they've ever released, they've never updated the CCS. They've never separated or titled.
Yeah, it's like a zip drive dump.
It was one lump sum of pages, and the public had to go through and extract and separate order.
It's not one lump sum though. They're all individual PDFs.
Maybe they well, initially, like the very first document dump, I just downloaded it as was.
It's still an active link. Like when she did her document dump, they created like a individual like website for that document dump.
Let's pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up because
and I'm pretty sure they're all still there, and
they should be. The Supreme Court told her that
I'm not sure if people have extracted these into like different, like, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
like,
they're separated out now, but at the time they weren't.
No, they were. They were all I grabbed them all on the day that they became available, or like the day after, and like they were individual PDFs
for every motion.
Yeah, I think they were all like individualized.
Well, I must have just like been on top of it, because I just know that as soon as I could, I went and I downloaded what was there, and I did this pretty much immediately. So I'm not disagreeing. I'm sure that I hope they separated them. It's like the least they could do.
I'll have the website right here. This is the website she made, I think.
Okay.
What did you say? Where the CCS is? You said.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's that's the problem. This is one of the things she was chastised about by the Supreme Court, is like, well, that's not the I mean, what are you doing? Like,
They're like, oh great, you made a website.
And just dumped
That's
a bunch
great
of
for
shit
you.
there.
Yeah, like you can do that in your free time, Judge Gull. But in the meantime, you need to still fucking update the official record. Like, thank you for the website. No one asked you for a website. Just do the bare minimum of your job. I have to. You have to. You have to. Everyone.
But
here
if
has
it
to.
was a zip file that was uploaded to a URL, that is a website.
Yeah. Great point. So she made a website. She did a
That's
website.
pretty cool.
I mean, I don't completely hate it. I hate that, like, you conflate that
I hate it.
you're doing this big release of information, but then you've also kept like 20 of the things confidential and never followed the process to show which things they were or why they should be confidential.
Do you need an online store? Squarespace. 10% off in the description.
Dude, DB, make me some merch, bro.
I thought we had t-shirts in XXXL, I think, is what we have left in our inventory.
I know, but I need some like electric wear cat shit.
True. I take umbrage with the consistent pattern and theme of this case, which is treating the investigation and the arrest and the case of the state of Indiana versus Rich Allen like it is somehow the most novel and unique and special and wholly and complicated, too complicated for the public to understand, case that's ever been investigated or prosecuted in the history of the world. And therefore,
well, the Supreme Court made her the judge, and they told her she was special.
That's a great point. The Supreme Court has all of my smoke. I have major beef with this. I think the Supreme Court is actually most culpable because they have the highest, they have the most authority, they have the most power and responsibility to correct insane wrongs when aware of them. And they basically shrugged and said, let's just waste y'all's fucking time more. So, but all of that to say, they feed us little table scraps, and we're so used to, I've said we're like Stockholm victims. We're so used to being deprived public information that it's not nosiness, it's not need to knowness, it's not main character syndrome. Transparency ensures that innocent people don't go to fucking prison and get convicted for crimes they didn't commit. It's very important. If I get arrested for something I didn't do, I want Turtle Boy and I want y'all, I want people talking about it, because that's what's going to protect me from a wrongful conviction.
I want All Eyes on Delphi to make me a Google Drive if I fucking.
I want All Eyes on Delphi to do everything. I want her to do all of the things. I want her basically she can defend me in fucking court. I would trust her to do that.
I just want to do some trivia.
Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to be grateful when the judge does a shitty job at her job and doesn't even, like, she's not even doing the bare minimum. She's still failing to do her job. She owes the public shit that she's still not doing. And I'm also not going to be grateful that she made me a website and fucking for. I much prefer to have all of this shit dated, titled, and listed on the fucking official court record. That's the only thing that she's required to do. I didn't ask her for a fucking website. I don't want her website. I just want her to do her job. That's how I feel. I'm tired of kissing the ass of law enforcement and the judge as if she's doing anybody a favor. She's actually breaking the law all the fucking time. She did it today with the transcript shit. You can't just rewrite the law because you're a judge. I mean, she can, because the highest court in the state has given her total latitude to do whatever the fuck she wants, because they have to save face too, because they appointed her ass. That's my spiel. I'm not going to be grateful for a website that I didn't ask for. It sucks. It's fucking bullshit. Stop giving the state credit when they don't deserve it. That's not a complicated concept. Criticize law enforcement when they suck. Okay. Hold them accountable. No one forced anybody.
They always suck.
No one forced any of these men to go into law enforcement. You could have been a CPA, okay? And then everybody would be grateful for your help. Nobody forced these men to be cops. They're not victims. They're just really lazy and stupid and bad at their job, and they're helplessly corrupt. And I will never stop. Nobody should ever stop holding law enforcement accountable when they're violating people's rights. That's terrifying. No, I don't. I think most of them, in fact, could not be a CPA. But the state's not a victim. The state is not a victim advocate. The state is not at a disadvantage. The defense is not bullying the state by defending their client. The state is not just trying to do their job. This entire investigation and arrest and case and prosecution, like, this is not going to end well for them. It's not. Whatever happens to Rick, I hope that he survives and is not convicted. And if he is, I hope he survives an appeal. But even aside from that, like, on the more macro sense of things, you can't just do whatever the fuck you want when you're in law enforcement, when you're a judge. You just can't. And the fucking wheels of justice turn slowly, but they fucking turn.
What if you can just do whatever you want?
Well, you know why they can? Because Indiana apparently doesn't have, like, a curious or motivated or interested media, period. Nobody's asking hard questions. The only people asking hard questions are, like, us, right? Maybe like one or two independent.
Well, I mean, you've got the defense attorney screaming journalism.
Yeah, and they give him shit for that. They're like Russ McQuaid.
They're like,
ha.
Why would we do journalism?
You know what I want Russ to explain to me? How did he know on October 28th that Rick Allen was going to be a safekeeper? I would love to know. I can't get an answer. He won't respond to me. So
that's interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of really interesting shit with the media in the state of Indiana. The media.
Oh, I know there is. Like, it's just very, very evident. Like, it's not. This is not a secret at all. Like,
it's a joke. It's weird and it's gross, and I'm glad that there's content creators. You know why they literally blamed social media and content creators?
Oh yeah, they blame us. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, okay. Like, sorry, I'm very grateful. Even the ones that I think that suck. I'm grateful that people are talking about the case and are taking interest in it and are keeping it in the public eye, because the mainstream media sure as fuck is not going to. They're not even raising issue when, like, blatant violations of public access are occurring. They're not curious. They're not, like, you're not even fucking curious.
No, they were at one point. Like, this happens. This is a pattern. This has happened time and time again. Like, there's a little pushback from the media, and they get slapped, and they get told what their place is by the state, and then they kind of, like, stay in line, and then something else crazy happens, and they, like, get out of line, and they're like, what about Like we want access, and they get slapped down, and then they get back in line, and that's how the system works. Like,
I
dude,
can't relate to that.
I like, dude, I have spent so many years of my life being like, oh, you, like everybody's just like crying about like the media being like pawn of the state. Like, that's so stupid. Like, until you like actually just factually see it and completely undeniable,
They want
it's
sources.
true. It's just actually completely true. Like, at least on the like the smaller scale, like here, it's completely true.
Yeah, it's access
Like,
journalism.
yeah, it's exactly what it is. It's access journalism.
That's why I said that.
You get some access, and it's better than having no access. So you fall in line, and you know, like, that's, I don't know. I'm gonna fucking say it. Is it like
Say it.
the local media is the same like position as where like Murder Sheet is. Like, it's access journalism. You get some access. You might not get a lot, but you get some. But like, you take any scrap you can get, because that's all you're gonna get. Like, they have complete control over what you're going to report on and what you have access to, and they're literally leaking from the very beginning of this case going on is state entities, people inside the state that are leak. Like, you can, it's not a leak if it comes from the public. It's only a leak when it comes from the state. If it comes from the public, it's just a regular source.
Yeah.
There's so many instances of things being leaked in this case, and it happens over and over and over again. And like, where do you think that comes from? That's coming from the state.
Well, it's interesting. The last couple of weeks, we've had two pieces of, I guess you could say, journalism, but two articles that had information that they either said was coming or it was in the article that I suppose got pulled. So there's the juror information that the media reported on, and they actually just took that whole website or that whole URL down, that whole page down. And then the second instance was the audit log. They said that they were going to be releasing the full detailed version on their website. And then later the journalists said that after talking to their counsel, they thought against publishing the full information. And these things happened pretty quickly after they came out. They leaked pics long ago. Hey, why is this nun so attractive on your picture, woman? Who is this nun? Is that Lady Gaga?
What are you talking about, DB?
Look at the profile picture. I appreciate it. A nice profile picture.
Oh, you're being weird.
Hey, guess what? It's probably not a real nun, bro. You can relax.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, the big homie said it. The big homie says it. It's true.
Well, y'all can agree with that. I'm not saying that. Sanctity needs to mean something.
Oh, okay. Maybe to you. Yeah, so that's another feature of the secret. I agree. That's what they do. It's a feature of what's going on here. And it's not great. But Russ McQuaid did say that he doesn't like Twitter. Maybe you should get out there and tweet some shit, Russ. He told Courtney at the hearings that he doesn't like Twitter, and that's why he doesn't post. Do you think Russ McQuaid is a social media manager? Is he that much of a celebrity in Indiana?
He's, I don't know, I mean, maybe.
Oh, hi, Mama. Good to see you here. Oh shit! I'm not gonna repeat that quote. John Mayer said it best: "When you trust your television, what you get is what you got. Because when they own the information, they can bet it all they want." Voice of an angel. Van.
I mean, there might be something to be said as far as like, you know, when you're influencing a jury pool, like what demographics you target. Like if you're going to target people that are more likely to see the nightly news and they've seen some of the shit the nightly news has put out, like it's very limited, but it's more than nothing. Like it does have a broad reach, but it's very not like indicative of reality. Like every single news entity, every single local news entity, because actually like I did listen to a little bit more of the court TV stuff about this, and they got a little bit more in depth on it. Like their surface level was the same as the local news, but you know, the motion in limine was like it was only about the Odinism. The Odinism can't be brought into the trial. And like that's not the reality of the situation at all. Like you're talking about the geofencing. Like geofencing is a state tool to secure prosecutions against people that are usually fucking guilty of crimes. And that's the reality of what geofencing is used for. Like they're very effective in using this geofencing data and warrants to convict people.
Well, in particular, really to get plea
at the
deals.
expense of the privacy of completely innocent citizens that have no business having any of their information given to anybody. You know, they sacrifice that.
Well, in particular, I think the issue is in plea deals because a lot of times you don't even get the cross-examination, that type of evidence, because it's so proliferated throughout the criminal justice system and in courts. Courts have upheld that type of evidence so many times that it's really impossible to understand, like for an indigent defendant to understand it and find a public prosecutor or a public defender that's going to be able to either hire an expert or effectively push back on it in the trial. And a lot of the times it is these larger murder cases that have some type of interstate commerce affect some federal crime in some way. You know, the cast team will get involved, and there's all kinds of issues with them and the TUI process where they want to hide behind subpoenas and not answer and not testify, and they're going to say that they train the local officers on how to use or how to analyze cell site data, but they were actually the ones kind of more directly helping them.
This is the chess game, dude. This is the whole chess game. Like the whole reason that OJ is here is for the TUI process. It's to get access to federal agents, and the motion. I mean, this might be some of the reason. Like, why wasn't there a motion to eliminate before, but there's a motion to eliminate now? Well, now you've got like somebody on the defense team that it can actually like navigate the TUI process to actually talk to these people. So now it's important to knock this stuff out. Like you need to knock it out. You have to get it out of the picture because there's no reason to get the geofencing out unless it is relevant. Which makes it insane for the judge to do that, but the public should know it. Like the geofencing is very like it has to be relevant. It's the only reason they wouldn't want it in.
Well, it has to be relevant, but that they make it even the bar is even higher than that. It has to be relevant, and the prosecutor has to say that it's not being used to confuse the facts.
It has to be relevant for them not to want it in. That's what I'm saying. Like,
no, I know, yeah.
like we should know. Like the jury might not know, but we should know this is relevant. It's extremely relevant. There's no reason for them to want it out unless it is relevant to something. Like there are important points to this that for some reason they don't want out. Well, and it's not for some reason. The reason is that it doesn't point to this guy. That's the whole reason for all of these things. Because all of these things don't point to this guy. Are they real things? Yeah, probably. Almost all of these things are real things. But they don't support the case, so they want them out. That's why they fight for those things.
Yeah, and this is a good comment here from USA. Not covering is impacting public perception. And I think it's happened like in more subliminal ways where think about all of the media and the press packages that were put together and the press conferences and all the stuff that was going on with the sketches. You have 50,000 tips come in, and that kind of seems like, you know, a pretty significant amount, but like actually going through them, you think it's probably impossible to go through all those. It's like impossible to have that many, maybe on a computer where you're actually like able to operate and look through all of them at the same time. That's how many it is. So you got to split them up and they got to look through stuff. And so it's just, there's so much information that was going in and out of Unified Command in the way of these tips, 50,000 different, you know, tiny little pieces of nuggets of information. And now they have to go through that. And all that information is hidden. And now no one's allowed to talk about it. So what proliferates is the information that's already known and was already talked about, which is like this mysterious, you know, who could be involved? Oh, it's got to be some super evil like mastermind. And so you end up assigning those types of attributes to this person, whoever they say did it, but you're not really learning more about the case because it's not being covered by the media, and they don't have an obligation to cover it legally, but you know, a lot of people think they should.
I mean, they have like essentially a constitutional obligation to cover it. The media does. That it's literally like the Bill of Rights, man. Like there's no point in having the freedom of press if the press is just gonna fucking lay down.
I've never seen anything so
in front of the state. It's
pathetic.
It's completely pathetic.
Yeah. I don't know why they almost do more harm than good, in my opinion. Like we might be better off even without that because they're selectively reporting and half the time
they're not serving a function. Like that is their function, and they're not serving that function anymore. So yes, there's no reason for them, and that's why they lose to like, yeah, people are gonna start going to YouTube to get news instead of their local news because the local news are lying to them. They're misrepresenting the facts grossly.
I can't think of another instance where, I mean, obviously I don't have a lot to pull from, but like a public hearing that's held in a public courtroom, the media present, and it's reported on, you know, for weeks, and then the official record of that hearing is being hidden by an agreement of the parties. And as somebody who it always leans pro-defense, I have a problem with that. You know, I have a problem if the defense did in fact agree to that. I have a lot of questions as to why.
So when you bracket that, I do think that's what it means. I think the defense team did actually like probably have some
But why?
with that.
But why?
Why? I mean, I don't know that it matters why, because it's not relevant to us. Because we are the public.
Fiend.
Because we are the public, and
oh right, like it doesn't matter. It should be public.
I'm just saying, like, it doesn't, like,
Right.
even if they want it to be, are they allowed to do it? No, they're not
Right.
allowed to make these fucking rules for us. Like, we are the public, and if it should be public information, it should be public information. Like,
Right.
I don't care, like, what you think. I don't care if you're the prosecutor or the defense team. Like, we have a right to this information. That's us. Those are our rights.
Well, and exactly. That's why an agreement of the parties. I wasn't consulted. You weren't consulted, and that I know that sounds ridiculous, but like the public access rules don't exist for the defense. I mean, they do exist for the defense, but they don't exist for the state or the defense. Or public access rules and laws exist so the public can be informed because it matters and it's important, and it's not just a want. It's not just being demanding. And if you get mad at us because you're 30 minutes late to your own hearing and the feed cameras are rolling because you said it was going to start at 10 and it starts at 10:30, and then you get pissed that the public got a very rare glimpse into a human interaction between a defense attorney and the wife of the defendant. You don't get to punish. Well, you do get to. You shouldn't be allowed to punish the public and withhold public information. She's kind of sadistic. I think she enjoys, like.
Well, no, she knows what she's doing because she's actually an advocate for cameras, dude. I mean,
she's an advocate for cameras, especially when
she is the advocate for cameras. Like, she's like the person. Like, she knows what she's doing in this case. Like, it's all very
why. Right, exactly. Like so when I said that, like, why would the defense agree to keeping the Walla transcripts confidential? Because nothing that Walla said hurts their client in any way. Nothing that Walla says hurts the defense.
Well, that's their opinion. I mean, they can have their own opinions.
One could argue that the defense agreed to step down in October 2023. So Judge Gull, I don't trust a thing that Judge Gull puts in an order or on the record in an email or says, because she also said that the defense elected to step down in October when we know that's not what was true. They had no choice. So what makes me believe
she's lied?
Like, she lies all the time. So
many times since then. Like,
so maybe the defense did agree to it, but why?
Easily verifiable lies.
Yeah, did the defense have a fucking choice?
Like, she's actually no better than some of the insane YouTubers that just get out there and just.
She's worse because she's worse
because she actually has some authority.
Yeah. So my point, all I'm saying is, it's fine. The defense may have an opinion on the matter. My question is, I have a hard time believing that they would see that as being in the best interest of the case and of their client. So if there was in fact an agreement, was it an agreement or was it a coercion or was it like a
what do
you call it, a Hopkins choice or whatever?
You know what I mean? So this is something that I think a lot of people don't understand on even on the defense or defense sympathetic side, is that like the defense attorneys are not like on the public side. Like, they're just doing their own thing. They're not protecting our rights. They're protecting his rights.
No,
they're defending him. They're not defending us. Like, when it comes to us, nobody's defending us. Like, we have to defend ourselves. So if we have a right to information, then that is our right. There isn't anybody standing up and defending our rights like pro bono. It's not a real thing. Like, we're going to have to do it ourselves. We have to ask for this information. We have to demand this information. Like,
man, if only
they can do whatever they want, but like, we have our own rights.
But do you understand the point that I'm making, Fiona, about how, like, okay, all of that, I agree with all of that. But what really concerns me is that, again, we're being told that the defense agreed to do something that is just so, like, objectively.
I mean, maybe this is like from Jody, like in an email where like it was complete word salad. So like,
Correct.
who knows what it actually was?
Exactly. That's my point. So in a month and a half out of trial, Walla's testimony was actually, in my opinion, not just because I'm in a similar field, that to me, because I've been on this like obsessive fixated on safekeeping for a really long time, and Walla's testimony is so critically important to like the confessions, just safekeeping in general, but also really important in assessing how badly Judge Gull has fumbled the bag here, because not once but twice she ordered Rick, by being non-directive. Being non-directive as a judge is basically being directive, meaning she ordered Rick to say exactly where the fuck he was twice. So had she actually considered the evidence that the defense presented and actually considered the defendant's rights in any way, he could have been and should have been moved out of DOC a year ago. And she neglected to. She failed to be impartial, and she made two really insanely bad decisions. Argue the worst, short of Diener, like insane. And Wallace's testimony makes Judge Gull look so fucking bad. That's why we're not getting the transcript. That's it. Because Judge Gull is going to look out for Judge Gull. Period. It's
I tend to agree with you on this. I think that is probably driving this a lot because of what we know of what she said. Those are bad things to say publicly. You should not say those things publicly. Like, not relevant to this case, but just publicly in general.
What thing? Do you mean like...
Especially as a judge, where you make these statements on...
Yeah, her opinion.
Her opinions on like what are serious mental illnesses. Like you're
Oh, I'm not even touching that because it's not... It's I've never seen anything, I've never read anything so ignorant in my life.
Right.
First of all, it's just not true. Just like scientifically, right? Medically.
Right.
But also professional entities disagree with her. Literally the DOC...
Dr. Walla disagreed with her.
Dr. Walla disagreed with her. Exactly. It shows you how much Judge Gull considers the expert opinions of experts. Well, that's fucking terrifying for a trial in a month and a half. And she literally says something that is counter to everything we know about mental illness and serious mental illness. More importantly, and Courtney and DB and I think we tried to like fixate on this in one of the lives we did about IPS 7 with DOC a couple of years ago. They define what a serious mental illness is, and they implemented so many policy changes, and they were bound by such strict standards of care and strict policies for 6 years. And just because a stipulated settlement agreement ends, like, the understanding is that those policies that were enacted served a very important purpose because you got sued for not having them. And so the assumption would be that we're going to end the, settlement agreement and leave you to your own devices as the DOC of Indiana, and you're going to maintain the policies and the corrections that you made that you got sued over. You're going to be grown-ups and you're going to be responsible enough to maintain them. In this case, the very day that settlement agreement ended, DOC stopped fucking caring about any of the policies and procedures and standards of care that were they went right fucking back to violating their inmates' rights. And they did that by keeping a severely mentally ill, by their standards, severely mentally ill inmate in restrictive housing at that point for 6 months. Like,
well, let me ask you this about, like, if you think he's like psychotic, like, wouldn't they move like for that he's not competent to stand trial?
no, they would,
No.
because it had nothing, because he was not psychotic when they're alleging the crime took place. And
No,
his
no, but that's not no.
Oh, you mean for trial?
For trial, yeah.
Well, I think that they want to avoid having to do that because first of all, it's prejudicial. And just in general, the public misunderstands mental health so horribly that, and actually Judge Gull misunderstands mental health so horrifically. She actually sees the mental illness as an aggravating factor, which is her own words. It's terrifying. But I think avoiding that at all costs is ideal because it delays. First of all, you're giving the state, you're giving another entity way more access to your client than is already being demanded of your client. You're stripping them of more, of their autonomy in even more ways. You're delaying the trial. It's prejudicial. And I don't think that I think that would hamper their more important argument, which is this isn't just a natural occurrence of a mentally ill, of a brain that's sick. This was inflicted upon him. This is an injury that was caused by the state as a direct result of the state. So,
if it's caused by the state, then it's cool.
What?
But if it's caused by the state, then like they like it.
Who, the defense?
Hey, can I say something real quick?
The state like it.
Criminal Network asked, what constitutional right of Rick's hasn't been violated? The Third Amendment of the United States Constitution says that the government may not muster troops inside your private incorporation during peacetime. So I don't think they mustered any troops.
How do we know they didn't?
So go ahead. Oh
no, they almost kind of did. Because they didn't have a warrant. They didn't have a warrant when they went and mustered a bunch of fucking troops inside his house.
Muster.
Yeah, muster.
So
there's a totally tangential case. It's not relevant to anything, but like I'm still gonna bring it up because I think.
Yeah, go ahead, bring it up.
Yeah,
I love tangents.
The guy that broke down the Allen County courthouse doors with that fucking sledgehammer.
Oh, yeah.
That dude. They had a hearing on that dude about whether he was mentally like competent to stand trial. And like obviously that guy is not. He is definitely not. Well, they say he is. So that's that.
So why does the doctor's testimony make the judge look bad? That's a good question. And some people may not agree, but I think one of the things that you have to look at is how quickly after Wallace's testimony did she vacate the safekeeping order, and how much analysis did she give when she did vacate the safekeeping order? Because from my understanding, she said the safekeeping order was no longer required, right? No longer needed, right? Or did she said something where you would think she would have said, it wasn't necessary at all, or it's not necessary anymore. It was just kind of she hit the delete button on it and didn't say either way whether it was
like no longer relevant, no longer applicable.
Yeah. And to me, it seems like she's saying that what was used to obtain the safekeeping order was no longer required or no longer had value today in making that determination. Because a lot of this is about, someone said something nasty on Facebook about Rick or something and they wanted to protect him. So I think it's just interesting to see how quickly that came out. And now one of the things you would need that for is really analyzing, and the public would really want to look at is you have all this the IPAS ruling and a lot of IDOC cases where not necessarily safekeeping issues, but there's a lot of the same issues, and you'd want to look at how these people are treated, the different things that the DOC contractors are doing, the private contractors like the contractor Centurion, and their policies and procedures, and how they're maybe even unconstitutional for convicted felons that are being detained in a long-term housing facility. So I think they don't want to get that out. It's a lot of bigger picture. What she's testifying to may have a bigger picture. Maybe she testified the plus companions.
So
she
many
testified
things.
the things that would not be in the public interest for the state, even outside of the case. So
Oh my god,
I
yeah,
just
it
think it's
opens them
weird.
up to a lot of liability, I feel like. Or she basically like accidentally whistle blew is kind of how I see it.
Yeah, and they may not go, okay, we're going to admit all of these things that Dr. Wallace said in this hearing into evidence, but it's just like a lead for either other investigative agencies or NGOs to go, okay, well, we have this as a kind of a rubric to deconstruct some of these policies and see how they're actually being taken, how they're actually being carried out, and how these contractors are actually conducting business without having the same vested interest in protecting the people like the state would.
Yeah, it sucks for them in a big way.
Yeah, that's a good point,
In a
DB.
big way.
I think you're onto it right there.
I think that it
Thank you.
opens DOC up to a lot of problems and lawsuits and litigation and just total. I mean, literally, like we've been saying, where's the foot in the door for a federal, investigation? I think that the reason that
Well, Harshman is like, he's got the connections to the federal investigation, which I'm gonna have to look more into this.
Let's hear it, bud.
No,
Talking about a U.S. Marshals task force?
no, it's not the U.S. Oh, is it U.S. Is the U.S. Marshals task force?
Vito's
with the
That's an FBI.
No, you're talking about JTTF. I'm not talking about JTTF. I'm talking about the U.S. Marshals Task Force. I thought that's what you were talking about. Never mind.
I'm gonna have to look more into it because there's connections to the Wisconsin stuff.
To the what? I can't hear you.
The Wisconsin stuff. Harshman has ties to the same task force that other unified command members have.
I see what you're saying.
Connected to, and it's interesting at the least.
Why can't I zoom in anymore? I don't know. Is that big enough? This is her ruling on safekeeping. She said the court, this is the day after, this is the final day of the hearings, it's the day after Wallace's testimony, it's the last day of hearings. The court, having had defendant's motion to vacate safekeeping order under advisement following a hearing conducted on July 31st, and having considered all the evidence and arguments of counsel, now grants the defendant's motion to vacate safekeeping order and remands the defendant back to the custody of the sheriff of county to notify counsel, the sheriff, and Department of Correction of the change of offender status. She didn't even I don't see a why, do you? She just says took everything under advisement and this is my decision. Remands.
No, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of, I think it's very telling where there's no indication of like protecting yourself from appeal on the state side of this, because they've decided that it does not matter. What matters is just going pedal to the metal. Like,
yeah, they don't care about an appeal. They
do not care about, are you opening up yourself to appeal? Don't care. Don't care.
Not my
One more.
problem.
Don't care. Don't care. The only thing that's important is like our case is so weak that we just need to push it through and like slam this through if we can, and that's it. That's it. Like that's the only thing you got. Like you don't
We
have.
don't care as long as they get a conviction.
Yeah, that standard's a lot different on appeal.
Yeah. You're gonna hope that it doesn't get appealed.
And
Appeals
I
are
see T's
expensive.
comment here. Gull doesn't ever say why. She doesn't ever say why in certain circumstances, for sure. Sometimes she says why. She describes why she makes a decision.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think she gets a little bit overly descriptive when it doesn't benefit the defendant.
Well, she doesn't. No, DB. She's not the benefit. It's not about benefiting the defendant. She's not benefiting the state in the things that she's doing.
Okay,
None of these things are beneficial and appeal for the state. Like she's doing bad things.
Yeah, but they don't care about that, Fiend.
No, yeah, but exactly. So what does that tell you? So like this is where you have like inference. What does that tell you when they don't care about that? How important is it when they don't care about that?
They need this out of their hair. They have needed this out of their hair for 6 years.
Well, it's not going to be out of their hair. I mean, yeah, you will get that out of your hair. You'll get it out of your hair for a while.
I agree with
Like
DB.
This is all coming back. This is all coming back.
Yeah. Well, I think that she...
Don't even get trolled.
If they even have...
I agree with it.
If it, like, I think it's a huge jump to be like, oh, yeah, they're going to get a conviction off this. They're going to get a conviction off this. I don't think that at all. Like, this
Why
case,
not, though?
no,
The
this
judges...
this case is extremely weak.
Yeah.
You're not going to show anything to a jury that is very convincing because there isn't anything that exists. And when people say, "Oh, there's stuff that exists," it's in their imagination. It doesn't actually exist. It's not real things.
Fiend, they held an entire contempt hearing based on make-believe investigation, misrepresented reality.
But that's a win. They won that, and hands down. Like Hennessy won the contempt hearing completely. Even with the most biased judge possible, there was nothing that she could do to do anything against that. Because it wasn't real shit. It was all bullshit.
But I don't think that contempt was the goal. Like contempt, in my opinion, wasn't the ultimate goal. The goal was poisoning the.
I definitely think that they were trying to. I don't know what they were trying to do because they're weirdos. They're weirdo people. Like
I know exactly
what were they trying to accomplish with that? I have no idea what they were trying to accomplish with a contempt hearing.
I do.
They wanted them kicked back off, but that wasn't realistic. That's not a real thing that was actually something that could happen from that.
No, I don't think that was their goal.
I guess they're maybe trying to persuade public perception, but like, I don't think it's that deep. Like, they're gonna weed out like the end result is the jurors that like have any influence by any of these things are going to be weeded out. And they're going to be just total rando people that don't have no idea about any of this stuff.
Goal is in charge of jury selection. Like, it's fixed all the way up to like maybe if.
Well, then that is actually jury tampering, where like you're trying to get jurors that like know things about this case on the jury. Like, that is fucked up. Like, that definitely shouldn't happen. But like, my understanding is, especially as far as Gull is concerned, is like she's got a very like regimented like selection process, and like this is on top of the already like very regimented selection process. Like
Regimented, maybe. It's weird.
People that go on this jury are not going to know about this stuff. And you know, like if those people are on, they're in the wrong. They're not supposed to be there. Like, you're not allowed to be a juror. I'm not allowed to be a juror. Like, none of these people are allowed to be jurors. Like, they're not going to be jurors.
Well, but
unless they're just completely lying to get on the jury. Like, is that what you're hoping for? One
the
vote
question
by
is
this liar?
Who made the questionnaire? Like, who made the jury questionnaire? Gull, right? Or her staff in her office.
Well, no, it's a collaborative effort. I think it really
but
is.
Collaborative of who? The defense is not involved in the
the defense is absolutely involved. That's why you have
in the questionnaire.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why you have Elvis Fields and Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal and Rod Abrams on this questionnaire.
I don't think that the defense had anything to do with that.
Absolutely involved on that.
But it said if you know of these people. Like, it was, in my opinion, is a way to weed out anybody that would have the defense would have any favor with. Like, what is me being a YouTube content creator have to do with me?
Anybody that knows Elvis Fields should not be on the jury. Like, that's just like a given.
I've never seen a questionnaire like that.
The defense is definitely contributing. The defense is definitely contributing that part of that.
You would certainly hope so. I think that it would be inconsistent with what I have seen of Gull for her to actually consider and include the defense in any actually meaningful way in anything that would benefit them or their defendant at all. Like, maybe
you think that like those names are included because they were on the motion in limine, or they?
Yeah, I think they want to make sure that nobody knows anything about anything, so that they have a completely unbiased, untainted, uninformed.
I mean, they should either way. Like, people shouldn't know anything about Brad Holder to be on this jury.
But what if I live in Canton, Massachusetts, and I know who the McCabe's are because I live in Canton? Like, just because I know who they are doesn't mean that I'm excluded from, you know what I mean? Like,
no,
it's not the end all be all. And
I mean, I guess maybe we disagree, because like, you shouldn't be involved in this jury.
Well, okay, that's fair. But like, the reality is in a town like, well, it's Allen County actually, so maybe that doesn't even apply.
It's a completely. This is all the media stuff and all these like local connections. You know, you got to port that all over to Allen County, which is a completely different environment. And like, you know, the main, like, absent any like theories, the main like premise of a defense theory of, hey, the cops suck, the cops didn't do a good investigation. Oh, dude, it's gonna play a lot harder in Allen County than a lot of other places.
If she allows,
you know what else would have played really hard? Would have played really well?
What?
I mean, I think it would have played a lot better to that jury than it would a Carroll County jury. Any of these groups that they're allowed to call white supremacist groups at trial.
Yep.
Law enforcement corruption always plays better in front of more urban juries.
Well, you know, that's one of the things that was not in the motion in limine was white supremacist. It's not in there one little bit. And when you,
good point,
you have Angela when you talk about Angela, like talking about Greg Ferenczi and like his expertise, white supremacist is not in there.
Yeah, I mean, much like with what I remember from the and again, like I don't even think that it's even fair to put like Judge Bev and Judge Goal in the same category, because as frustrated as people were with Judge Bev, I would take her in a second over Judge Goal. But I think much like in
it wasn't that bad until she like just
fucked up.
Right? Yeah, she just
and had to say face. But I mean, she excluded third party initially and then allowed it to be brought in on like cross, right? It's like, but I don't see Judge Goal yielding on anything. I see her being unreasonable at every single turn. I see her be.
This is where I go back to the hubris sort of stuff, because if she just wants to deliver a telegraphed appeal, like it's completely within her power to do that. Like, unless she's removed, she can just do that. She can just make sure that no matter what happens in this trial, that it will go to an appeal and it will just be instantly granted because of how badly she fucked up. Which is basically where she already is. Like, the saving grace from that would be for her to leave and get a different judge, relitigate a bunch of this stuff, and then then you take away a lot of the appeal options.
She had like at least 2 opportunities to bow out, I would say relatively gracefully, with some semblance of dignity and reputation intact. And this
see
is
that
so
differently.
Personal. What?
How do you see it differently, DB? Tell us.
So I think, so when we're saying that she could bow out gracefully, I think that some people do think she's doing a great job. So I think that there's a group of people that are probably surrounding her that are not being that critical of her ability as a jurist, or just as like, are people in her office taking on more of the administrative work like that she's supposed to be doing. Like, there's probably a lot more going on, a lot of people in her ear, and there's a lot of people that just are okay.
She didn't go to the murder hearing that Andy had to go to. Somebody else went for her.
Went for Gull?
Yeah. For Allison K. Davis, she scheduled a morning hearing
so that Andy couldn't go to his own.
Right, and then Andy's like, well, I have to go to that hearing because that's like really, really important stuff that I need to go to, but she didn't go to it, so it's more important to the attorneys than it is to the judge. She's just like, well, no, I'll just go to this other one, this secret one. It's weird. It's a weird thing to do. She's a weirdo. I don't know what she's doing. And she, she was requested to recuse from that case. She was requested to recuse from that case. Hey, you got a bias. Like, hey, what are you doing? Like, leave. Well, she didn't want to leave this case here, but is she there? No. Who's there? Samuel Kearns. Because he's actually there. She had to leave to go to Delphi. She's a fucking weirdo.
DB, can you finish? You were saying that you wonder how many people in Gull's ear and in her office and maybe the feedback she's getting is very different than what?
Yeah, so there's probably a population of judges. You look at who's been appointed in Indiana on the appeals courts, and at least in her circuit, there's a theme. And I think that they're not overly critical of the type of judge she is. And as far as oversight goes, yeah, there's not a lot, because we have a judge in a small county and Judge Diener, who we believe inexplicably left the bench without much of an explanation. Makes you think, makes you wonder why. And if it's complete, let's say that he got investigated and that made him weary that he was going to get removed from the bench or something, right? That's a pretty widely accepted theory that could be probable for a lot of people. So I'm not saying that's true necessarily, but why, if that's the case, we don't know about it. He could just leave. There's like, he was a judge for how long? 10 years?
5 years.
5
Like
years?
5.
So there's something that was bad enough for a judge to leave the bench. If there was an investigation, we don't know. And there's 5 years of defendants who've been in his courtroom. And so the amount of scrutiny put on a judge, there really isn't much. And I would not be really that, if I was the judge, I mean, I could not see myself being able to take people's criticism of my work seriously. Just as a real human, you're the judge. You're going to have a different perspective of yourself than a normal person. Like, you're going to get treated differently than normal people in your line of work and in your field in general, but also just people that you work with and
The
in your
Supreme
community.
Court
So
literally said she's doing fine.
she done good.
She done great. She done fine. Like, what more affirmation? And as soon as they issued their written ruling, it emboldened her. Like, immediately she started just backing her bullet. So that is, but sorry, go ahead.
I didn't say anything, but I'm going to go ahead anyways. So I think also you got to look at her coming back on, or them coming back on, the defense attorneys coming back on in February, right? And then just shortly after that, or 30 minutes before that hearing, the charges get amended, and then there's, just inexplicably to me at least, Cicero's hired. And Cicero starts investigating. They end up getting a new expert for a couple different fields if those payments line up. I think there was maybe something that changed or something that they were onto that caused the state to pivot their theory. And I think it's evidenced by that, and how they pivoted again by filing the motion in limine, and taking the new motion in limine under advisement. I just think it's weird how the case keeps kind of changing and new strategies are happening.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that the delays have only, I guess, like, given the state more time and opportunity to adjust. I don't know, dude. They can't have a trial with her, though. Like, I think USA Libertarian said something that I just, like, could not agree more with this. And I understand, like, they really, I was talking to someone earlier today about how quite successfully and skillfully the state has kept the defense under constant, they've kept them in a constant state of, like, acute crisis, where they are consistently prioritizing keeping Rick safe and alive, right? They're always in a state of crisis because of the state's and DOC actions. And when you're operating in that space, you're not really, you're in survival mode. You're not strategizing. You're just trying to keep him alive. And so I think that has been really harmful in terms of, like, I don't know how to say it, but it's made it really difficult, I think, for the defense to like defend him in any meaning, and like how they would have been able to if he wasn't constantly at risk of being fucking murdered or killed or suicide, like whatever. And then I think that because of that, they're prioritizing a trial in October because they need to get their client out of custody because of how sick he got, you know, how high risk he is for injury or worse. And so they're trying to get the trial going. And I would never want to be in that position where they have to weigh the pros and cons of, like, I believe there would be tremendous benefit to putting all of their energy now into removing this judge, because, and I know like an interlocutory appeal will be denied. She's not going to certify it. We know that. But if they skip it and go to the Supreme Court again, they will ask them why they didn't file an IA first. So they have to do it. It takes time. She's going to wait as long as she can to hot potato it back to them. Then they file an OA. Supreme Court could hear it. They don't have to. Like these are all really time consuming. It's just going to delay the trial. And again, I would never want to be in a position where I have to make that decision or advise, you know, my client as to what I think he should agree to, or I would never want to recommend one way or the other. But they cannot have a trial with this judge. Like, surely they must understand that. I don't see any point in preparing a defense with Gall. I don't know.
Well, I think it's like when people talk about people in solitary confinement. I was listening to an interview the other day, and somebody that was, I think they were in there for 10 years or some shit like that. And they said, somebody asked him, how did you do the time? And he says, well, it's real easy. They make you do it. They don't let you out. And they said, well, how are you going to have a trial? He's not going anywhere. It's going to happen. And the slow gears of justice as they turn this machine are grinding down what is left of, you know, any motivation, human motivation for people that are normal people doing their everyday job as defense attorneys, as the third chair augur, how she's doing her job. You know, it's like, this is a real human impact on people over time with their motivation, their ability to you know, want to open that file again every morning, and look back at 50,000 tips and see if, you know, something matches up. This is the system grinding his defense down. And I think they're going to go to trial. And I think people know how I feel about what's going to happen at trial.
He deserves better than that, though. You know, it sucks. Like, the defense deserves better. Defense deserves a judge that's not biased. They certainly haven't deserved to have their character assassinated consistently for however long. But obviously they care enough because they fought to get back on, which is like, why would anybody want anything to do with this case? I agree with what you're saying. There's only so much the human. We only have bandwidth for so much hopeless shit, and at some point, but this is the problem with that, in my opinion. That is what the state is hoping. They want to. Their strategy has always been exhaust the public, exhaust the town of Delphi. I mean, when I was there in September of 2023, I actually got there the day the Franks motion was filed. By coincidence, it was very weird. But I talked to two people. I asked two locals something while I was there, and both of them said, we, the town, don't care whether he's guilty or innocent. We just want this to be over with. And that only, that exhaustion benefits the state 100%. It's the same thing with what you were saying earlier about like maybe it was Fiend, the public will just take what they can get at this point because we're so used to private information. Like, the longer this drags on and the more like beaten down the defense attorneys and the public and the Supreme Court and everyone becomes, the less important like the truth and they cannot go to trial. But like, why bother going to trial? Like, I don't get it. I know that they're exhausted, but
you have to preserve his rights for appeal. So the reason why, there's all this, they say, well, why are they being so, why are they bringing up all these tiny little arguments? Oh my God, just let it happen. And a lot of times they're just preserving the right, because if you don't object, and you can see this in PCR hearings, you can see this in just about every single court of appeals in all over the country, and the judges will say that they didn't object, and we're talking about indigent clients who have a public defender not objecting, and these are the people, the public defenders, that are in the same courtrooms with the prosecutor every single day. And even though you are battling against the prosecutor, you don't hate the guy. Right. If you're a public defender and you're practicing in that courtroom every single day, you don't hate that guy or girl. And are you going to sit there and just go, object? You ask yourself why Nick objected so many times and the defense didn't in those 3-day hearings. Because it has an impact. It wears people out, wears the judge out. And the state has the benefit when it comes to that, because it's just over and over again, the system playing out and multiplying upon itself its advantages for the state, that it just becomes impossible for them to overcome. And I think that they have done a good job objecting and being good at making a record when they're required to, or when it's going to come back. But yeah, I think the only way your biggest goal in trial, as it should always be, but in this case especially, I think you got to preserve every possible appealable issue by objecting, by entering into the record while you're objecting. If there's a previous ruling and they point to that, you need to say into the record, yes, and I objected then. Right. See, defendant's motion to XYZ. So that's really, they're going to have all that time to put on as much evidence as they can and try to preserve every possible remedy and make a record of it.
Right.
I completely agree.
I think.
Well, hello there.
Hey there. No, it's a huge portion that's missed out. Like, you gotta be thinking like the next week, the next month, the next year, the next 10 years. Like, it's literally your job as a defense attorney. I don't think that you can't attribute everything to appeal stuff. Like, I think that tons of the stuff is very relevant to like what's happening next.
I completely agree, and you can preserve all these issues for appeal, and you can get fucked for 20 years in habeas proceedings and PCR proceedings. You're in direct appeal, and they could tell you to fuck off for 20 years. They could tell you to fuck off until you're leaving in a pine box, but that may possibly be a remedy in 15 years when there's millions of dollars spent, and the victims, the family, are just constantly dragged back in for direct appeal, your indirect court of appeals appeal, your habeas. You could file for newly discovered evidence. He's going to have enough issues to get him back in court. Whether or not he's going to get granted a new trial, he's going to have evidentiary hearings sometime in the next 20 years if he gets found guilty. He's coming back.
Sure,
It's happening.
For sure.
And you could sit there and say that it's not all you want. Dude, one of the most guilty people in the eyes of the public of all time is Scott Peterson. He's back in court all the time.
Well, there was new evidence. Like it's at least a little bit like compelling.
Yeah, it is. I agree. But I'm saying even before that, he got back in court. And it's gonna happen over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, a drastically different case, and it's not.
I know, Fiend. That's not what I was saying.
I'm just saying, like the state and the court and the prosecution are like facilitating this far more than the defense even are. Like they're just doing their job. They're just doing their job. Like they have to. They have to preserve these rights, and like they always have to be thinking about like the future appeal, like
always
situations. They always have to have that in mind. Every time they do anything, they always have to have it in mind. It's not the only thing they have in mind. Like they have in mind, like primarily, like what's currently happening, and like you have to work in both like sectors all the time. Like, you have to like think about what's happening now and what's happening in 20 years if that's
right
the way that it goes. But like
she asked why go to trial.
I wouldn't discount what is happening currently.
I'm not. I'm answering why go to trial. And I'm saying that there's going to be issues that are going to be brought up and litigated over and over again in this case that is going to annoy you about these defense attorneys. You're going to be like, why are they bringing this shit up again? Why are they objecting to this again? Why are they doing this? Why did they file another motion? It's because they're doing both things at one time. Yes, it is easier right now to defend your client. There is a way higher bar on appeal. Absolutely. People have newly discovered evidence that would absolutely get them found acquitted at trial, but it's not enough because of an appellate judge saying that it's not enough to be an actual innocence claim, and they're procedurally barred or they're time barred. So it's you're
right. Like that's just called due diligence. Like they're just like I think that they do a ton of things thinking about a possible appeal. I wouldn't jump to the conclusion that means that that's what they think is actually like reasonable in this situation. Like I think that
it's not reasonable.
Well, I mean, I think that they've got. I think that I don't think that you can rule out anything in this case, and it really be like there's a baseline of how like ridiculous this investigation went. Like there are going to be a ton of problems. There are going to be a ton of problems and reasons for reasonable doubt in a jury's mind when you discuss how this shit went. Like it's going to be a very, very serious problem for the state. It just is. It always was going to be, and like they probably know much more about that than we do. Like we didn't know that they deleted all their interviews. We didn't know that like they weren't going to ever introduce actual evidence into this case. Like now we know. So like that's not a good case. That's not a good case at all. It's a bad case. It's a
So-
really bad case. And if this is your guy, like, God, I fucking hope you have something against this guy. Because what you've indicated you have isn't anything. Like, you don't have anything.
So I want to say this and I gotta hop off, but great point, bro. Ange said something earlier. She said that Rick Allen and defendants in this country deserve a fair trial. And I think that deserve is the wrong word. I think that word means
Definitely the wrong word. That's the complete wrong word.
I think deserve means that you win an award. You have the merit. You have done something to elicit this thing that you're getting in kind
it's
to
not
what
inherent.
you've done. And it is inherent. Like, your rights are inherent. Whether you deserve to be treated fairly or not, whether you've done evil things or have done great things in the past but have done something evil now, you have inalienable rights as a human. And some of us think that in the criminal case, Richard Allen versus State of Indiana, there's a couple of little issues that we want to see what's going on with them.
Can you
Okay,
name?
I mean, there's
safekeeping. Angel's right.
there's a lot of people that, I mean, there's millions of people that have like laid down their lives to ensure that constitutional rights are preserved. Millions.
Right. I know. It makes me really mad.
Like
when I
blood
think about that.
on the battlefields. Like it's actually an important thing. Like,
It's really important, Fiend. It's not an abstract, vague,
like no one deserves it on their own, right? People fought to make sure that you deserve this.
Well, but even right, exactly, and even the guilty.
And it's for everybody. It's not for like one person. It's for everybody.
Right. You like the what do they say? The best defense for the worst of us. So if in the worst case scenario, a defendant is innocent, you want to make sure that. I can't think of anything scarier. Leon Benson, the exonerated man, and I think he's from Michigan, but IMPD framed him, and he did 20. He was sentenced to like 25. No, he was sentenced to 60 years. He served. If you're in the chat, DB, did he serve 25 years in 10 years in solitary? He says that like wrongful conviction, being innocent and convicted, especially in solitary, is like the closest thing to death that you can experience on this side of life. And it's like, oh, it's just me now. But I don't think that until like you're directly impacted by something, like even if you're guilty and you're arrested, like you still have fundamental rights that need to be preserved and protected. Like nobody is completely, most people are not like irredeemable. We're not the worst thing we've done. I'm not saying that murderers like shouldn't be held accountable, but I can't like even stomach the amount of just how hateful and like just venomous the rhetoric is about somebody who's just accused, never mind convicted, somebody accused of a crime against children. I agree with you, Sinbad. Hi, Sinbad. I haven't seen you in a while. Nice to see you. Just somebody accused of hurting children. I mean, you're already facing an uphill battle because society, you are like, the worst of society. And so, am I fuzzy? I'm sorry. I move around a lot, so my camera, like, I can't sit still, so my camera gets like out of focus. Anyway, I can't even say how many people I've seen saying things like, who cares? What about Abby and Libby's rights? Who cares if Rick Allen's rights are being violated? He didn't care about Abby and Libby's rights. Like that's so disgusting to me to even like weaponize two dead victims. Abby and Libby have been dead for 6 years. So you hope that the public who purport to care about them and their legacy would be more invested in the people that murdered them being identified and held accountable than just hanging anybody so that you can get some fucking Facebook justice. Like, I think everybody's traumatized locally. I think the families are traumatized. I think on some level, all of us are traumatized, but like we can like rest later is kind of how I feel. And Brad and Andy, I think, are at risk of burnout. I think that everybody who's touched this case is probably at risk of burnout, but I don't know. Re-energize. Like, I know that everyone, at least who's still hanging out after like 4 hours, it's crazy, care a lot. So I think that the public has a lot more influence and pull than we realize. You don't have to be a citizen of Indiana or Carroll County or even the United States, although it probably helps, but you don't have to be a citizen of Indiana to care about this case, because the second that they put billboards in all 48 states and accepted donations from across the country and world, they made this a national, international case. And they don't get to like decide now that the public doesn't have a say or is not invested. It's like they're perverting public interest. They're making legitimate, authentic, good-intentioned public interest. They're spinning it into something perverse, like bloodlust. And if somebody that I love was arrested for a crime I knew they didn't commit, I would be begging for public bloodlust. Like, it's not a bad thing. It's only a bad thing if you're the government trying to railroad somebody. Like, I liked when I was seeing crazy letters being written to Judge Gull, not the crazy ones, but like, I think that there's waves of energy and motivation, and that's normal. But okay, so October 14th apparently is trial. It's September 8th, so like 5 weeks between now and then. So here's what, sorry, Bean, that's okay, I'm about to Irish goodbye in a second, but here's what I want to see. And I know that I'm told this is an impossibility and I need to let it go. I don't know, most people don't know me personally, but I don't let things go easily. So I have no intention of doing that. I'm obsessive and I have the time. So I want motherfucking cameras in that courtroom. Like, until the trial is over, I don't think it's a lost cause. I want motherfucking cameras in the courtroom. I think everybody should want that, and I think everybody should be demanding that. I don't want this judge to preside. I don't think that we have any control over that as the public, but I do think that we have, influence when it comes to expressing our utmost disgust and concern. I think that, like, there's been so much, then I'm gonna get off the soapbox, I'm sorry, y'all. I think there's been so much division and discord, and it was really cool. I don't know if everyone in here was able to catch Sleuth Intuition had Bob Mata with Defense Diaries on his YouTube show. Was it yesterday or the day before? A couple days ago. It's like a recently, and it was a really good conversation. And everybody, for the most part, at least everybody that I saw, I'm probably blocked by the really mean people, but everybody was very respectful. And I really do think most people want the same thing here. So I don't know why the public is not coming together on something like public access. Like, whether I want to hang Rick or exonerate him, I want to see it unfold for my own eyes so I can make my own determinations, and so that I can go to bed at night confident that an innocent man is not rotting away in solitary confinement, or confident that a guilty man who killed 2 children did not just get released into the public. I want to be able to make that determination on my own, because I don't trust a fucking thing that this judge or that these investigators tell me. Nobody else should either. They've lost that privilege, and the families don't have. So, as secondary victims of homicide, family members have certain victim rights. None of those rights are relevant when it comes to a criminal defendant's murder trial. People don't like when I say that. There will be ample opportunity for the secondary victims of this crime to get what they need, assuming they demand it or seek it out. But now's not the fucking time. I don't care what they want when it comes to public access. Nobody else should be yielding to that either, and it's not going to benefit the case or families to hide this, because it will be appealed. It will be a disaster. So I don't know, but I don't think that tail tucking and accepting that this trial that the entire fucking nation has been invested in, at least a lot of people, although a lot of people know about this case. Must be nice. Must be nice. No one should just accept that. Like, how much time have y'all spent thinking about one day we'll finally have answers and we'll see the evidence and we'll, like, stop stop accepting what they say as the final answer. They're not your mom, they're not your dad, they're not your professor. You don't have to accept that. You can dissent until you die. I intend to do so. So I hope, like, I don't know what that looks like. Writing letters, okay. Really, that's just annoying to the court staff, which, why do you think bus boycotts were so effective? Because it disrupted the routine and the convenience of the people around them. Like, inconvenience gets results. Inconvenience gets attention. Why do you think groundswell occurred on a Monday morning at 9 o'clock when most people were working? People were giving a shit about, why don't you do it on a Saturday? Because I want to inconvenience the people that are sitting inside the Capitol, the State House, trying to do their work. That's why, because we want people to hear what we're saying. Oops. I'm trying to read what y'all have been saying. Do y'all have any ideas as to how we can mobilize? Because I am not a lawyer. I am not a Hi, Skip. Oh my gosh, hello. We need some emails to write. Oh, okay. So, all right. Somebody already thought of that, fortunately. And unfortunately, a couple kind of disruptive things occurred around like May of this year. When it came to like momentum, for example, the trial got delayed another 6 months. And I know a lot of people were like, I can't do it. I can't follow for 6 more months. But Luke, Comrade Luke, put together just the best resource that we have in terms of, if something is not easy, I won't do it. If it's convenient and easy, I'm more likely to do it. So if anyone wants to join us in inconveniencing the court and exercising our participating in the what did I just do? Oh, okay. Is that clickable? That link I just put in there? There's a part on this. Actually, let me just share it. So this is just the best resource. It's super easy to read. Take action now. So if you click on, if you want to know what's up, why are we campaigning? Here's a quick primer. His detention, judicial bias, Miranda rights, consequences and implications. And this is our call to action. Demand a fair trial. Investigate misconduct, systemic reform. All good. Oh, I didn't share that part. Oops. So this is what that page looks like. If you are in Indiana, you say, I live in Indiana. And these are the clickable links. So if you want to contact Indiana Media, you can click this link. And here are all of the local, and I think state and local media contacts with emails included. Also, you can write to editors of Indiana newspapers, producers, etc. He even made you a template. It's in both Word format and plain text. You just copy pasta, put your name in, add or subtract what you want, sign, and send it to everybody and their mama. Here are the 10 newspapers in Indiana with the highest circulation in order of their circulation. Where there are multiple email addresses, email all of them. And let's see, if you live in another U.S. state, U.S. residents in any state can make their voice heard and highlight what's happening. If major media outlets, print and TV, start paying closer attention to what's happening, pressure on Judge Gull and McClellan to keep the trial honest will increase. You can write to the White House. Believe it or not, the executive branch of the U.S. government doesn't want innocent people to be railroaded. They have a personal investment in our judicial system, operating honestly and effectively and as it was intended. You can also write to national media outlets. Again, here is the template. Literally copy paste. If you're like, I don't know what to say, I don't know how to I don't have time to say my own thing, read it at least read it. Make sure you agree with it. Add what you want. Sign it with your name. I keep forgetting to share this tab. I'm sorry. This is what it looks like. Copy paste. And these are the national media contacts. Any or all of the following. Highest circulation in order of circulation, where there's multiple email addresses, email all of them and their mamas. There they are. You can contact the Attorney General of Indiana, who, by the way, has already is intimately aware of the case and the problems thus far with how it's been carried out, because he was inconvenienced when he was tasked with writing it wasn't a brief, I guess. It was just what was that? Because he declined to represent, the state didn't represent Gull in the OA, but he did file a something. Anyway, all of this to say, he probably is not wanting this to be like a massive gaping fucking wound on his legacy either. And he sucks in so many ways. I don't even have time for it, in my opinion. But he needs to know that people are not happy with how he's allowing Oops. I hope I can't read this. It's too small, but I mean, y'all can read it. You can copy paste on your own. There was one more thing I was gonna do. Oh, probably one of the most important, and I don't know, like. I agree with you, Joe, but oops. I think that there's a lot of ways to incentivize somebody to do the right thing. A lot of legal and ethical and responsible ways to ensure or at least incentivize somebody in a position of power and authority to do the right thing. What was the last thing I was going to show you? So this is the kind of creativity that I would love that I want to see more of. So in the Karen Reed case, the judge granted some ridiculous First Amendment violating request by the state, limiting like public demonstration, peaceful demonstration within a certain proximity to the courthouse, like no free Karen Reed shirts in the courtroom. So they said, okay, well, here's a workaround. They all wore pink, right? Like there's ways to like make your opinion and thoughts and position known. Like, for example, this is hilarious and you're probably like being silly, but if I showed up and there was a dozen dudes sitting around me in a corner that looked exactly like Bridget Guy, or if I don't know, just something to think about. I agree with you. It's almost not even comparable. People are so, oh no, I know, Joe. I know you're all about, I know you're all about this. The fact that you attend the hearings tells us everything we need to know. That is really important. Exactly. Nobody is above changing their mind. This is why I feel like the division and the discord and the hatred and the vitriol and all of the venom that's spewed, you know, the defense side, the prosecution side, it's just really counterproductive. I think everybody just wants the right person to face justice. And nobody, not even Judge Gall, not even a megalomaniac who most people would probably assign anyway. She's not too far gone. She can still change her mind. And believe it or not, her reputation can get worse. Things can always get worse, but they can get better. So appealing to like the humanity and like appealing to people in a way that's productive and unifying and informative versus just like sending crazy letters to the court, like threatening and like talking about your, I think that we're like, we've evolved past that. Oh, I'll post the link again actually here. I think I can like pin it. Can I pin it? Oh my God, my plus key. If anyone has I literally removed the key from the keyboard and we're still getting these rogue. And DB is, I'm on my own. I don't know how to fix it. Here is the website. I think I can pin it. Okay, now it's pinned. Wait. I almost just put myself in timeout. I agree with you, Criminal Network, but I also cannot condone that comment because until it ain't over, till it's over. So I'm not even gonna accept that. I am gonna live in my delusion and I'm not going to stop banging this drum until it's over, because we still have 5 weeks before this scheduled trial date. A lot of things can happen in 5 weeks, but it'd be really nice to have a trial eventually. And it'd be really nice to have a trial that people can bear witness to. Like, bearing witness is important. Oh, okay. And then I really am going to go. Okay. The only other thing, so you can also submit a judicial, nope, wrong tab. A judicial officer complaint against Judge Cole. Judges are generally quite free to do what they want. Complain in an appeal if you don't like it. But Indiana code allows anybody anywhere to submit a complaint about activities, fitness, or qualifications of a judge or justice. To submit a complaint, use the form that is provided here and submit it to them via the email address provided on that web page. Need this par for the course. They're like, we moved our web page. It's no longer here. To find the new location of the page, go exploring. We're not just going to link you to it. You have to find it. We can go to the search tab and we gonna find it. It's on here somewhere. Okay, here we go. They tried. An attempt was made, but I know how to Google. So here's the complaint against a judge form. By the way, I'm not inciting anything. I can't believe I even have to say that. I think that we should all be educated as to what our rights are. And if an injustice is being carried out, we are well within our rights to inform the powers that be who hold cards to actually correct the ship. So this is the form. It's very simple, or short at least. I don't know if people can't read it because I can't see it because I'm blind and I don't know where my glasses are. Share this website on social media. I think honestly, if everybody just shares this website and continues to talk about, oh, I've seen this said a lot. I used to believe that. I can't imagine what a trial will look like, but I guess, what do you think then what's going to happen? I haven't seen a single comment of yours until literally right now. So I'm so terribly sorry if they've been, for some reason, not coming through. Thank you, Rochelle. It's very sweet. Yes, Southside Bill, welcome. I totally agree, and I hope that they do. Oh, but it's not just me. I don't know what's up, News Junkie. Either for some reason your comments were getting blocked or something, but you're here now. Welcome. Hi, Kel. Yeah, I like I said, I would not want to be in the position of weighing, like, yeah, I just wouldn't want to have to do it. And I don't, which is why, and we don't, which is why we have the energy to do ridiculous, manic things like have 4.5-hour lives on a Saturday and talk about this. Roxanne, welcome. Hi, Roxanne. You always leave really good comments, and I probably need to do a much better job of highlighting them, but I appreciate you being here. A letter writing campaign did get the attention of the Maricopa County prosecutor to open an investigation into a woman who has trapped 4 men into a fake pregnancy scheme. Oh my God, for the past 10 years. Letter writing campaigns, I mean, history is on our side when it comes to their effectiveness. It might not feel like it, but they really are effective. Good night, post-punk. Hi, Heather. I've never seen a comment from you that's not totally fine and nice. So that's... I wonder if it's StreamYard. I really don't like the StreamYard platform when it comes to, like, moderating and... Do it, Fiend, do it. Get on it. Pull it up, man. We haven't had a Weircat hosted live in a while. Heather, I don't know why your comments aren't showing up. I'm sorry. Unless one of my handlers has been moderating unbeknownst to me, which they haven't been. I don't know why it's blocking them. Go to... I thought you were going to bed. Good night, Christine. Everything you say is important, Heather. Don't be ridiculous. But I'm glad you're here. Do y'all remember what I said I was going to show you? Never. If y'all want to talk to a wise lady, Lead with Love is my fucking girl. She's great. I don't know. You got a wrench, sir? Fiend? Website. The website. That's so cryptic, woman. What about the website? Hi, Miku. Oh, that's nice. Nieces and nephews are the best, aren't they? You'd have to watch this on like four speed to even. Well, no, you'll never catch up. Laura Owens. Oh my gosh, Roxanne. I feel like I had a moment where I was like, I need to look into this because this is bananas. And then I just, life moves on. But I'm going to because that's bananas. Oh, okay. Thank you, woman. This is a really great question. So, let's see, before the trial was scheduled to take place in May, so probably in, like, I want to say whenever Diener resigned, bailed, shortly before that, the Carroll County Comet newspaper was, without notice to anybody that worked for the newspaper, was sold. So closed. Actually, no. It was just defunct. It was just like disintegrated. It was no longer. They said we can't afford to keep it. So thank you for all the years, for the 100+ years of readership, and we're gonna go away now. Bye. So everybody that worked for the Comet, including the lead writer and reporter Deb Lowe, did not work for the Comet anymore because the Comet didn't exist. Fast forward like a week or two, somebody bought the Comet. Oh my gosh, it's almost like they had like this whole like plan in place. Because Judge Gull is no longer employed by the Carroll County Comet, not by choice. She's a man of self-respect and dignity, and I don't blame her for not wanting to, for not pushing still to be back on the newspaper. Anyway, Judge Gull. Deb Lowe took it upon herself as the basically lone sole reporter in the county, actually reporting things. She attended every single government meeting that she could, for the most part, meaning hours and hours and hours, multiple days a week, every single week for years, bearing witness, recording them, taking detailed notes, asking questions. Then she every week would write a report on the meetings, all of them, even the ones that are mind-numbingly boring, truly torturous. She would report on all of them, and she would post the recordings, video and audio recordings of the meetings that she took on her little iPad Kindle, post them on her YouTube channel. And she did that for years. And it was when I first started becoming aware of the goings on within Carroll County in 2021. Deb Lowe was like my number one source for accurate, unbiased information. So that's where Deb is. Because Deb is no longer employed by the Comet, and nobody is going to pay her to bear witness to and document the public meetings. I mean, they certainly didn't do enough for her at the time, but now that is such a huge. It's not a reasonable thing to expect anybody to do for free. But the current owners of the Carroll County Comet apparently don't they don't record the meetings. They report on the meetings, but I don't trust a thing they say. So thankfully we have, years of meetings all the way up until March of this year to get a sense of what was going on in that fucking place. But that's where Deb Lowe went. She's wonderful. She'll never, she's busy. She'll never stop reporting, and she's around. That's what I'll say. She's definitely around. Hi, Bill. The prosecution will hold a confessions week during the trial. 5 straight days of confessions with 12 confessions per day. The defense team needs to be prepared for that. That sounds reasonable as a prediction. It's very specific, which makes me wonder if you have trial experience. It's very interesting. Makes sense to me, especially since she's admitted all of them. That's a lot because I guess the confessions they would want the jury to hear, plus they would want the individuals, I guess witnesses that heard or recorded the confessions to be available for cross-examination. Yeah, that's going to take a long fucking time. Yeah, I think anytime a jury hears the word confession is bad for the defendant. It does not matter if the confession is utter nonsense. It doesn't matter if it was coerced. It doesn't matter if they were beating Rick over the head with a frying pan when he gave the confession. If the jury hears the word confession, it's not good for Rick in any way. It's just not. But they sure got what they needed from him, didn't they? Those fuckers. I want to do a live about Jerry Holman next week. I don't know if I can or not, but I'd like to. There's some things I would just love to unpack with y'all. Good idea, Heather. I'm going to go to bed too. Y'all are great. Go to that website. I think I pinned it, although I can't find it because I don't know where the pins live. But everybody write 5 letters before you go to sleep tonight. Just kidding. Go to sleep and then do it tomorrow. Love you. Bye.